Oh, I wonder that wasn't right. Alright, mic's working.
When you're standing outside and you have to sneeze, do you sneeze into the open air or do you put something over your face? That's not a reason not to do it. That's not a reason for a man not. Hold on. Whoa, let me finish. Let me finish.
Chico, bring that question back, Jesse. Can you bring that back?
Yeah, I want to know how you audit your thoughts. How do you know that you're not just following somebody blindly into some dumb shit?
Because I don't follow anybody blindly. I don't listen to anybody. There's nobody telling me to say anything. I don't trust.
Okay, here, then we'll do.
Than me. I don't follow anything.
Okay, we'll do a concrete example then. Concrete example then. When it comes to wearing masks, how do you know if that's a good
screen
idea?
right now?
Because if people more powerful than me are telling me to do it, I instantly don't believe them.
Okay, do you understand that just makes you a sheep of the other herd, right?
Of what herd?
If there is yeah, I'm telling you, if there is a shepherd and he says all the sheep go left, you can either choose your own path or you can go right because he told you to go left. You understand? You're being just as controlled, right?
So who's controlling me?
The people that you don't like. When you do the opposite of what they say, they have just as much control over you as they do the other group of people.
Because my whole life I've not been wearing a mask. So
how do you determine? How do you? Well, I'm asking you a question.
What's the context of this conversation? Didn't sound like it was on. Government shell? I mean, I don't know.
How do you determine?
That's not following anybody.
You are. I'm asking you a question. How do you determine whether or not you should wear a mask?
Because I like breathing. I don't want to cover my face. I like to talk and I like to hear.
You can breathe with a mask on. You don't have. Do you see? Hold on.
Worse.
Yeah. Okay.
Worse.
So it's not
and
worse.
It's annoying and it makes me sweat and it's uncomfortable. So I'm not going to put on something that makes me uncomfortable and that's unnecessary to me. I didn't wear it, and I'm fine.
He's got nudist brain.
So where we are.
Okay, so let me.
You got the V word. You're still this. I didn't.
The V word, really? Oh my god.
Same.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit, right? So the correct answer was, I decide whether or not to wear a mask based on the data I've read, the studies I've gone over, the articles I've read. That's the right answer. I've seen enough information to point me one way or another. Everything else that you're saying is a code.
Why?
You can't breathe? Are you oxygen retarded? What do you mean you can't breathe with a mask on? Motherfuckers are out here running marathons with 3 of them on. Like, how is it possible that you can't breathe with a mask on, right? You got people that are doing shifts for 20 hours. No, let me finish. Okay, it's uncomfortable. Seatbelts are uncomfortable.
What?
Okay, going to the doctor is uncomfortable. Okay, there's a lot of things in life that are uncomfortable. That's not a reason not to do it. That's not a reason for a man not. Hold on. Whoa, let me finish. Let me finish. You can't be going. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Chill. Okay, yeah. When you interrupt me, it's because you know I'm right. Okay, you're trying to cut me off because you know that I'm taking you somewhere that you don't want to go.
What? You say G dudes is always talking shit about him, talking about they like the old Nico. Dude. I don't really get what your point is on that, but whatever.
Go. Okay, we're gonna go to those places today.
You're a little heated right now.
I'm not heated. No, I'm not heated. I'm just matching I'm matching your energy.
Tone
okay.
matching.
You want to wear a mask? Go ahead, bro.
A man that interrupts another man is a man who's scared about where he's being led. Okay, explore with me. Okay, if you want to wear a mask or not, that should be something that you arrive at through your own independent thought process, not because somebody else tells you not to. Okay, that's what a 16-year-old does. I think you can do better than that.
Okay, well the government's telling you to wear it, so you're just doing your echo.
Okay.
Doing what they're telling you to do.
I'm not doing it because the government tells me to do it.
That's just kind of objectively wrong, but okay.
All over the world that do research.
You're gonna really tell him Molina is ugly? Like, you're such a contrarian, dude. Like,
research on whether or not wearing a mask helps. That's what I can look to for my information.
They're also telling you to wear it.
I don't care what the government. I'm not a sheep, so I'm not looking at what the government says to figure.
The government says. I thought you trust them.
I'm looking.
You trust the process.
I trust the process of some of the things involved with the government, but that doesn't mean that I do it just because they say to do it. There are things the government could tell me to do that I would disagree with. That's possible.
So this is the longest I've unironically been watching, or I've watched this. Well, maybe it's just because it's full screen.
Government could say some shit, and I look into the data.
Actually, yeah, no, I've definitely watched more stuff.
On my own, I go, you know what? I actually don't agree with this. I'm not going to do that. Sometimes I
in a little bit of a mood today, so I'm not sure how long we're gonna last, but hopefully I have to do something I don't want to do tomorrow, but hopefully we'll get through the hump, and then we'll have fun.
Go 75 and a 65 on the interstate, you know? I break the rules sometimes, you know?
You think that she's ugly, like her face? You're fucking crazy. Do you just like forget what she looks like?
Okay, badass. But look, I don't wear it,
I like
and
what you
you
did.
wear it. Why are we both fine?
For a variety of reasons. What do you mean? There are people that go their whole lives drunk driving every single night, every single weekend, and they're fine. Does that make drunk driving a good idea? Is that how you evaluate?
That's why I don't wear it.
Is
I
that
need to. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes my face weird. It just makes me sweaty and stuff like that. It makes my glasses fog up. I don't like it. I feel like a dumb bot.
That's great.
It's stupid.
And it's cheaper.
It makes no sense. Most of the places you
What
wear
a
a mask,
fucking
like you go to a
snowflake, bro.
restaurant, and you're wearing it, then you sit down, take it off. You're sitting on a plane. Everyone has to wear it, and then we all eat at the same time, breathing all over your food. It makes no sense.
Still minimizing.
There's no consistency with it.
It's
just a sign of compliance.
not a
Can I
sign.
just ask one question? Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, if Destiny's basically raising the point that this is good for our safety, this and that, and you're saying it's an inconvenience, I don't want to do it. Can you acknowledge that people wanting to do it for their safety is not unreasonable or bad? Or do you say it doesn't?
You're very lucky that happened. I'm sure it was a torturous experience for them. I don't know why you're capping on this shit.
It's not a safety thing. It doesn't.
That's a misunderstanding what you're trying to say.
I don't think it really helps. No, a cloth.
You know, like you didn't have like long-term like effects from COVID.
Thing like it's meant to show other people like I'm a good person. I'm doing what they're telling me to do. I'm morally good.
When you're standing outside and you have to sneeze, do you sneeze into the open air or do you put something over your face?
I don't know if this is old. No, it's not. It's yesterday. From today. It was uploaded today.
I sneeze into my arm,
Yeah. Okay. Why?
so I don't get snot on other people.
Sure, there's shit that comes out of your mouth all the time when you're breathing, when you're talking. You can look at videos of people that are breathing or that are even that are talking, and you can see the air coming out of their mouth. If you ever looked up a video of this in your life, why do you think that wearing a cloth mask? Tell me this.
Was it
How
filmed
does
5
wearing a
months
cloth
ago?
mask
They
over
just
your
put it
face
out today.
make it hard to breathe because it doesn't let
Doesn't
oxygen
matter, I
in
didn't
or
see
out?
it.
But you're saying it wouldn't block anything else coming out of your mouth. Molecules that are way larger.
Literally a cloth over your mouth and nose. It makes it harder to breathe.
Okay, if it's harder to breathe, you understand that oxygen, carbon dioxide are orders of magnitude smaller than like viruses and bacteria and other molecules coming out of your mouth,
Let's
right?
argue about spiritual stuff.
We'll get
What?
hold on. We'll get to the spiritual stuff. I'm just trying to show you that you have a really strong opinion about something that you are sheep on. The government said one thing and you said, fuck you, government. I'm going to do the opposite.
Okay, hypothetically.
That's
Who's
his point.
controlling me then, Destiny? Who am I sheep?
I don't know who you watch on YouTube. I can't tell. I can't tell who you're watching on YouTube. I don't know.
So
But I'm telling you, I don't.
call me a sheep. If you can't tell me who I'm following, then I'm not a sheep. That's
Well,
trying to hide
you
her
know how,
food and
I
doing
don't
a really
have to
bad
know
job.
who you're following to tell if you're a sheep. I just have to know your thought process. If somebody comes in and they tell me, I think the number 7 is the best number in the world, and
My
I go, why?
ADHD
And you're like,
is popping off with all these
some guy said
chats.
that 7 sucked, and you know,
I
I
gotta
just,
look away.
I like 7. I already know that dude. He heard it from somebody else. Because if you really liked the thing, if you were really into a thing, and if you really felt strong about a thing, when I ask you about it, why the fuck don't you wear a mask, right? You'd have some shit like, I don't know, the New England Journal of Medicine, they did a study on it. N equals 500 didn't fucking help. You know, I've known 100 fucking different doctors. They don't wear that shit. It didn't help. Like that would be your answer, but you don't have an answer because in your mind you heard it from somebody that gave you an answer that you liked that the government didn't give you, and that's why you jumped on it. That's a sheep answer. It is.
But you're not telling me who I'm a sheep to.
I don't know who you're a sheep to. That's not my job. I'm not your dad. I'm not here to figure out who you're a sheep to. I'm just here to figure out if you're a sheep
That's
or not.
somebody's
That's all I'm trying to
dad's
figure out.
job.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Can I ask a question?
You also have to admit that makes no sense if you can't tell me who I'm a sheep to.
It makes perfect sense. I don't know how to explain it to you. I can't tell you who's leading you around. I can just tell if you have a leash on. That's all I can say. Like,
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Sneeko, if the government came out tomorrow and said everybody stop wearing your masks, are you going to do what the government says?
I was already not wearing it. I just would rather breathe.
Wait, he just
without
can't
restriction.
say. He can't say.
My
Yes.
question is: earlier you said that if the government's telling you to do something, you're not going to do it because it's probably bad.
What's up, Elsa?
Yeah, if it makes me uncomfortable, if it's making my breathing worse, and the government's telling me to do it, I'm not going to listen to them.
Okay, so the issue is not that the government necessarily told you. The issue is that it makes
It's
you uncomfortable.
It's dumb.
Okay. So if the government came out tomorrow and said everybody stop wearing your mask, you don't need the mask, we're gonna be good. You're gonna listen to what they say because it doesn't make you uncomfortable.
Well,
okay?
I was already not wearing it.
Okay. All right.
He just can't say it.
okay, so
He
circling
can't say
back then
it.
for the final time, and then we'll get
understand the point of that question.
we'll get spiritual. I'll circle back a final time. If
We're not
somebody
getting
tells you a
spiritual.
thing and you talk to 3 or 4 people and they all tell you the same thing, you don't have any way to know if you're being lied to or not, or if you're caught in a bubble of people that all believe the same shit. You don't have a way to check your thoughts to see, like, do I really believe this thing or not?
Fuck no.
Is it really a good idea?
Are you kidding me? I'm afraid of Destiny's. Well, they're probably more psychotic, but you think that Sneako's audience aren't like fucking gigantic freaks, dude? Like, I would never do that.
Is it like, do I actually understand what's going on? And then if
I'm
you,
not in a bubble.
okay,
Let me
I'm very
see.
clearly not in a
I'm
bubble.
not
You're telling me
boring?
right
No,
now.
but
Got it.
thank
Okay.
you for
Debate
the
people on a regular
the
basis
biddies.
disagree with me.
okay. Well, here are two things that I do, and then your audience can take it or leave it. You can take it or leave it, whatever. Okay. The first question, the most important question is, what would it take to change your mind? That is
Than Zerka's. I mean, it's significantly larger, and I don't know, Zerka's audience isn't that bad. They're not like actively trying to like fuck with me, you know? And maybe that is, well, I mean, because they don't do it to other people either. It's like, I don't think it's just because I'm like friends with Zerka. Like, I think it's unironically a better community than like Sneako's is. Sneako has like the next level people who actually have like Kick accounts or whatever he streams on, or Rumble accounts or whatever the fuck he's streaming on. I was getting pissed off about Sneako's boys, yeah.
is the number one most important question. If you don't know what it would take to change your mind on any topic, then you're a sheep. What would it take to change your mind about masks?
If I got really sick, if I was dumb walking around, if I was sick right now, if I died, if I was like in
If I died, I would change my mind. That is great logic.
the hospital because I had respiratory problems and all this nonsense. But all these people who got the V word are still like Biden.
So that's it. Whether or not you get sick, that's the.
I hear vagina every time. Ben, stop! Stop, he's in the room.
Whether or not you get sick is the only determining factor. But you just said yourself, people that wear masks get sick. So you
Right.
could get sick too without wearing a mask, right? That's not even a good answer. I'll tell you the second thing, okay? You can think about that one. The second thing is you should look for information that is contrary to what you believe. Don't just ask people, because if you ask people, what?
I'm talking to you right now.
Sure, that's true. That's true. Okay, those are the two things that I would say. Okay,
Oh yeah, it must have been a while ago because I forgot he has blue hair now.
so moving past this topic, it's
Don't try to like say that I'm in a bubble because Destiny, very clearly I'm not in a bubble.
well, the thing is, because of the world you've built for yourself.
Did he not notice that his feed froze on his end?
Ideologically, everything that I tell you, you can safely ignore. You wrapped yourself in this blanket where you're like, he's just
Stuff that everybody else says.
yeah, I know. See, look at how easy. Do you see how easy? Do you see how easy your life is? Look, do you see how weak your mind is? Right? He's only saying it because he's only saying it because everyone else is saying it. That's why it's wrong. I don't have to listen to him. Right? That's a weak mind.
Well, 'cause I already know what you're about to say. Like you're just echoing the left, like the government programming stuff. It's like it's just predictable stuff that everybody here is who's listening to the chat has
We need new content. We can't have this science shit.
heard a billion times. Well,
Yeah, but do you understand the problem? It's
you tell about the mask, like what you're saying is predictable.
yeah, it's
nothing
predictable,
new.
and you don't even have an answer to it. So what does that say about you? That says more about you than it does about me.
Everything you said.
Your answer is that it makes it hard for me to breathe because it makes it so oxygen and carbon dioxide can't pass through effectively, but it doesn't block larger molecules like bacteria and viruses. You understand that makes no sense. It's one or the other. You can't do both.
Okay,
if it's
so
so
you
restricted that you can't breathe, then it must block a lot of shit coming out of your mouth and nose.
Okay,
What?
well that's my answer. It makes me uncomfortable and it makes me sweat weird and it fogs up my glasses.
not an
and it's
answer.
dumb.
Seatbelts do too. Do you wear a seatbelt when you drive, or do you not give a fuck
Actually,
with it?
I have this thing where you could put a seatbelt like thing you could buy on Amazon. This is like advice for the chat. You can get like a seatbelt thing on Amazon that clicks in and then it gets rid of the beeping sound.
Okay, so you don't wear seatbelts either. Do you think seatbelts make you safer when you drive?
There's some circumstances where a seatbelt actually restricts you and traps you inside the car. You can see accidents.
There are
Oh
some
my
circumstances
God,
where somebody could.
collision.
Yeah.
You get mad interrupting and now you're
Yeah, there are circumstances.
Okay, so it's either you get into a car crash and you die, or you get in a car crash and there's a higher chance of you living. Like, if you get in a car crash and not wearing a seatbelt, you're gonna die. Like, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that, you know? I know, it's a Darwin and we're waiting to happen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's actually serious about this. Might want to try avoiding it, true. Yeah, I think there's like a, on average, like 5 IQ difference or something. I don't really know the exact number, but I remember seeing something about that. IQ differences before, after COVID. Like, I don't know what the metric of how they figured this out. Equates a 7-point difference in IQ. I'm not gonna read that, but just so you know, I'm not making up anything. You can look at this if you want.
Circumstances
Hold
where...
on, hold on. Destiny, let him finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can get into a collision, and if you have a seatbelt on, then you can get trapped in the car, and the car can catch on fire. But sometimes, if you're not wearing a seatbelt, there's instances where people have literally flown out the windshield because they weren't wearing a seatbelt and they survived. But a seatbelt could trap you in there.
What do you think is more common? Do you understand statistics or probability?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's more common, but it's uncomfortable, and it's just.
Do you lock your car? Do you lock your car at night?
I think I'll be fine.
I'm not asking if you're fine. I'm asking
think
if you're
you'll
brain.
be
Do you lock your
fine?
car at night?
Yeah.
Maybe he's flown
Why?
out.
You're not guaranteed to get robbed. In fact, probably most likely you won't.
Yeah, but it takes 1 second. It doesn't make me uncomfortable to lock my car. Wearing a seatbelt makes me uncomfortable.
So if something is you're here trying to preach to the
I
masses
get uncomfortable
how to be a
if
successful
I'm not
man,
wearing
how
a
to be a masculine
seatbelt.
man, how to have integrity, how to be
It's just like a habit.
good, upstanding person in the world, and you're telling me you won't wear a seatbelt because it makes you uncomfortable. That's your bar for acting good behavior.
I
If
don't
see
know,
a
man.
cop, then I'll put it on. But other than that, if I'm going really fast, then I'll buckle up. But if I'm just doing 20.
Hold on, I'm not asking. Tell me.
I don't need a
Yeah,
seatbelt.
you put the seatbelt on for a cop? Really? Okay. Yeah. All right. Would you let your daughter date somebody like Andrew Tate? If your daughter was 18 and Andrew Tate came up to her, what does it mean to you to be an alpha?
Full video in the description. I don't feel like I want to watch that full video. I do feel like I'd enjoy it, but we got so much to watch, and I don't know how long we're gonna stream today. So I wanted to go over the Adin Ross stuff. I'm not sure how much he covers it, but I'll see where critical starts, and then I have some supplementary material.
Streamers on the planet just caught a perma ban from Twitch.
Yeah, so if you guys didn't know, Adin Ross has been permanently banned. I assume this is to do with his activity with Kick, because if you have these contracts, they're supposed to be exclusive, from my understanding. So I am surprised. I guess it took this long.
Adin Ross, I'm sure this is a name you've heard of by now. He's absolutely blown up over the last couple
I'm not
years.
supposed to even multi-stream.
And last night he got banned
even
again.
for
This is far from his first rodeo. He's actually a veteran in this field.
affiliate.
He's gluttonous when it comes to Twitch bans. He's eaten those puppies like muffins out of the oven. This is his 8th ban.
For money?
And by far his most severe. As of right now, it
I don't
seems
think you
like
can.
this is a
I
permanent...
don't think you can stream on Kick without getting an invite. So it's not like I could. I don't think. I'm definitely not gonna look at it on stream, but bad tweet. No, but that was after.
banned
That was
from the
after. We're gonna
platform,
cover that.
And just like the mystery of why I'm
We
so
can look at
short,
it
the
on
reason
stream.
for
That's
it
not
is
that bad.
unknown as of this moment.
That's
However, a lot of people, including
showing it.
myself, have been speculating as to what the cause could have been. Recently, there's been this unholy floodgate, like a dam that's broken in the mind
to
of Adin Ross's brain, that's led to him making the worst decisions imaginable over the last couple months. So you might not be familiar with Adin Ross Twitch streams, but you've probably heard his name because this goofy goober streamed the Super Bowl on Kick. He just streamed the entire Super Bowl, watching it without permission from the NFL.
Yeah.
It's not like he had some kind of
that's
like
gonna get
back
them in
alley
really bad
handshake
trouble.
deal with Fox or the NFL to rebroadcast it. I'm pretty sure Adin Ross can't even spell the word license, so
Uncle's
he
talking
didn't
shit
have
right
the
now
rights to
about who?
restream that shit, but he just still fucking went hog wild with it. Now, nothing has come from it yet. I don't know if anything will. As I understand it, in cases like this, the lawsuits take a couple months before they start to actually form. So if they do decide to pursue action, it probably wouldn't have happened now anyway. It'd still be a couple months out. That's if they even decide to. Then there's no telling if they will.
I mean, when is Uncle not
But
talking
clearly
shit?
it's
Like saying
huge
I'm talking
no-no
shit.
to freely rebroadcast without the rights the biggest American broadcast. You can't do that. It's illegal. Now, let's say you haven't heard of that fumble that Adin Ross recently did with the Super Bowl thing. Maybe you've heard of him over the last week or so because he also just freely streamed porn on Kick. While streaming, Adin Ross decided to go to Pornhub, I guess to make a point about how you can do anything on the site, and he just he showed porn. to his audience. And keep in mind, a lot of his audience is very young. They're minors. They're actual children. Now, he's not going to face like a felony charge from this that I've seen a lot of people say he might, because in the stream title, I believe he had 18 plus there, which I guess is a legal safety net for him to fall back on. But
They could potentially, not that I actually would know, but I could just see it, like, you can do a lawsuit to anybody, really. You like, as Emily D. Baker says, lawsuits are allegations and shade. So, if a bunch of, like, parents got together and, like, wanted to sue him for showing their kids that, it wouldn't mean that it would be successful by any means, but it could happen.
everyone knows Adin Ross viewers are skewed very, very young. So it's still a very fucking creepy and weird thing to do, especially with that audience and on stream. Now, what makes this really interesting is how hypocritical it is, because Adin Ross has recently come out very hard against porn. He's taken up the Master Shield and he's blocking anything sexual. He's made these very huge statements about how porn will ruin your life and addiction to porn is going to send you straight to hell and it's going to make everything in your life miserable. And he's not wrong. Addiction in any form is life-ruining. Porn addiction is a super insidious one that absolutely does ruin lives. But he's taken the stance of porn is the devil. It's the ultimate evil. And then he turns around and watches porn on stream. He just hasn't been making smart choices. It's just been one bad decision after another from him recently. And also, it didn't help that a few clips from his previous streams started going viral on Twitter, and people were calling him racist for those clips. Now, I haven't seen all of them, I've only watched one of them, and to me, it seemed more like a shitty joke that was poorly done, as opposed to evidence of him being a legitimate racist. But I haven't seen all of them, so I don't really know for sure or anything like that. But the only reason I'm even mentioning those clips is because this is another thing people are pointing to as a potential reason for his Twitch ban. But anyway, after his ban on Twitch, he did go live on Kick like an hour or so later in order to talk about the whole situation. And my god, that devolved into complete unhinged lunacy. Holy shit. That went wacko mode off rip. It was brutal. He went from, like, talking about the general situation immediately into trying to bring on actual Nazis. And I don't use that fucking word lightly. I hate that the word Nazi has become so meaningless and watered down. Literally everyone gets called a Nazi now if it's even a slight disagreement on even a trivial opinion. When I say Nazi, I mean an actual neo-Nazi, a self-proclaimed Nazi. Adin Ross wanted to bring on to stream to learn from, I guess, or interview. Super weird idea. He was on some goofy shit. He even asked Trainwrecks if men can get raped, and then made it seem like he doesn't think that's possible. Like, that whole concept of a man can also be the victim of rape.
What?
Like, that was lost on him. Like, it didn't compute in his mind.
So just keep your eye there. You know what I'm saying? Keep your eye on everything.
I have a question. Can guys get raped?
Yes.
Guys can get raped?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
It works the exact same way. It just, right? Like, we can talk about it later, and you can ask me and we can clarify things. But yes, men can get
all
raped
right.
too, yes.
Okay. Thanks, Train.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Train.
It's baffling that even needed an explanation for him. And the fact that he even got combative about it, like, give me an example, is super concerning. You can hear Train is also surprised and stunned, like, what? Like, you can't be serious. But this is, again, just only another small piece of how off the rails this stream went.
Can I zoom in,
So it devolved into absolute wild madness, much to the chagrin of Trainwrecks being one of the owners of Kick. Train was literally in a call with him, trying to, like, talk him down from these terrible ideas and literally advising him not to do half the shit that he wanted to because of how bad it made the entire site look and what that opened the site up to and the reputational risk associated with all of it. So it was just a complete disaster from top to bottom. But he did say something that shed light on his ban.
Did they tell you why you got banned, or like not them specifically, but like in the email?
Yo, Blood, thanks for the host, bro. Okay, so yes. I got banned for basically...
Is he just in, like, some crazy white void? Like, is he just in, like, heaven? Like, what happened? Or, like, purgatory?
I actually, I don't know if I should say that publicly. My legal team is advising me not to. But
and don't say it, yeah.
But Train, what I will say is this, though. what I got banned for makes no sense because I haven't. All I can say is it occurred on. It says it occurred on stream or on VOD. It wasn't occurred like somewhere else. It basically was occurred on my stream or on my VOD. So it makes no sense. Does that make sense?
A little confusing here, but as I understand it, Twitch is claiming that something Adin Ross did
It's
happened
present.
on their service, whether on stream or on one of the Twitch VODs.
Men don't have
and it
assholes,
seems
true.
Adin disagrees with that, thinking that whatever they're talking about happened elsewhere.
Assholes are a myth.
I believe is the situation. It's a little hard to follow since he and his team aren't revealing what exactly the reason is, but it seems they were given a reason, which is more than a lot of people get. Usually with a Twitch ban, they don't ever tell you what the fuck you got banned for. You just have to guess yourself, which is always such a fucking headache. And I also think this highlights a problem with Twitch and the way they handle bans. I don't understand why they don't just publicize the reason themselves. That would make every situation significantly more transparent for everyone, the streamer, the community, literally everyone. Unless it's like an actual legal matter, I don't see why they don't just reveal the violation that the streamer made. But I'm getting a little sidetracked. Adin Ross did get banned on Twitch. They
Wait, do you
did give
mean
him a reason.
Charlie,
they
or
haven't
do you mean
revealed it. Him and his
Adin?
team have not revealed what it is yet. I don't know if they will or if they're planning to anytime soon, but they do have a reason, and it seems Adin thinks it's nonsense, and it seems like whatever they're pointing out as the cause, they're arguing happened on their platform, while Adin seems to disagree with that. But yeah, that's where this whole situation's at. This happened while I was streaming last night, so I saw most of it unfold in real time. I'll go ahead and play you some clips where I started making other speculative guesses, some potential game theories on what Twitch may have slapped him for. I don't think any of them are good reasons. If any of these are accurate, I don't think they are, but I'll still show you these anyway, just in case one of these does turn out to be one of the actual reasons. I'll look like a fucking genius for getting it right, I suppose. Though again, I don't necessarily think any of these are good reasons. This must have actually just happened, like, during this stream right now. Because there is nothing on Twitter about it. Here, let's check LSF.
All right, I think I'm over that. Okay, so the interesting update to that. Sports, yeah, probably. I think he probably doesn't even like. I mean, he probably thinks it's that whole like cliche of like, oh, getting like beating the shit out of you in an alley, some random person that you've never seen, and like that's like the only way it happens. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. He definitely does think that. So his updated oh, this is the same thing we just watched.
First thing I'm gonna say is this: I already signed my deal to this shit.
Okay, so he already signed a deal to Kick, I guess, which from you can't do that if he was a Twitch partner. Because those contracts are exclusive unless they, have been able to change it otherwise. That's why like big streamers don't multi-stream. So that alone is kind of a reason I would see as a possibility. Him promoting another streaming website, I think is like a huge no-no on their partner contracts. Like directly and like saying like, yeah, I'm gonna go over there. I mean, like he's done so many things that it's really hard to even like. It's like the Mr. Burns thing where he's so sick that all of the diseases are like stopping each other from getting through the door, as they say. Whereas like I feel like there were so many things that he could have gotten banned on that it's like nobody focused on like one directly. But anyways, let's see what this is. It says Twitch is out to get him because he clearly has not done anything warranted this ban.
It don't matter. I already locked myself in on Kick. Thank God, because I told everyone that Kick was out to get me, bro. They were out to get me. They're out to get Kai. They're out to get all these fucking streamers. All. Every single one of these streamers, bro. And
why? Does he not think about like why? Think that you're not a huge moneymaker? Like I guess like the reason they banned was because you. I assume either violated a contract or they didn't want to be held liable for like the shit that he's doing at this point. Because they're trying to change a lot of rules about that in the Supreme Court.
I'm gonna just tell you guys right now, bro. I'm not even gonna bash Twitch completely. But the one thing I'll say is this: If I had blue hair and did my makeup, would you have banned me Twitch?
Yes.
It's a serious question. Would you have permanently banned?
Who is he saying? Because Destiny has blue hair and he got banned. Who like? Is there a significant population of Twitch streamers that have blue hair and makeup? Like, what are you even saying? I feel like Aiden's just like straight up like a psyop, dude. I don't know by who, but it's just amazing to me this is a real person.
Me? If I had blue hair and did my makeup and fingernails, would you have permanently banned me, bro? No, they wouldn't have.
Mentally, it feels like. He's the complete example of why this country is not, or capitalism in general, even, is not a meritocracy by any means. This person is richer than, like, pretty much anyone that you know, like, combined.
Listen, I'm permanently banned on Twitch. It's done. It's already done. But I got permanently banned for no reason.
Yeah, he's definitely not done anything.
No reason. How do you ban someone on Twitch? And my reasoning is for VOD / on stream when I haven't even been streaming there.
Because then it was VODs?
This is exactly why.
Does he think, like, if they're not public, I don't know if his VODs are public or not, but does he think if they're not public, like, Twitch can't see them? Like, are we at that level? Like, what?
Everyone needs to see Twitch for what it is.
Oh, well, no, I'm not going to know what it was. Oh, he later said there was a reason, but it doesn't make sense and can't say it because, oh, this is probably him talking to Train.
Like in the email?
Yo, Blood, thanks for the host, bro. Okay, so yes.
Yeah, it's this one.
I got banned for.
Yeah, main
First thing I'm
character.
gonna say is this.
You're saying this isn't his actual brother? I mean, is anyone saying that under this? Okay, but who asked? What the fuck, dude? I mean, it's his half-brother. I feel like people would be calling it out if that was the case. I mean, even like the people who are against it. Mine are a little, like, my replies are gonna be a little messed up because obviously of the people that I... the fuck are femboys trending? But we love that for them. I mean, it seems like this is... like, even, like, the haters are admitting that it's him. Brings to my platform, I need to get this rant out. I'm Adin Ross' half-brother. This is not a joke, and a few of you already knew he was banned from Twitch yesterday and has been making erratic career and life decisions since meeting Andrew Tate. Fame came to Aiden really fast when he was still a teenager, so our whole family, including my mom, have worked hard to keep certain people away from him and keep him on the right path. We've always been a team like that guy. Last year, my brother started talking to a controversial influencer, Andrew Tate, online. Aiden had just gone through a bad breakup with his girl, his first serious relationship, and was very vulnerable. That's just... like, that's so, like, understandable on, like, a small scale, but just, like, how public is just kind of funny. Anyway, showed our dad some Tate's content, and he got really worried. But Aiden turned 21, so the family decided to let him figure this out on his own. What's the worst that could happen, right? By the holidays, he had totally changed. He had a fight with dad and told him to dye his hair blue. I couldn't believe this is my kid brother. Oh, fuck me. When our dad found out Aiden was going to fly to Romania to visit Andrew Tate in prison, he tried to intervene. But Aiden totally cut him off. By the time he flew out, he'd cut off aunts, uncle, cousins, and at least one grandparent. Adin Ross. No, he's like he's like one, I guess not anymore, but was like XQC levels of popular on Twitch. He cut off aunts, uncles, cousins, and at least one grandparent, the people that raised him, his blood. If I have to hear my father cry over Aiden one more time, I swear to God, it's strained our relationship now too, because I don't want to hear about Aiden anymore. I'm so tired of this bullshit, and Kanye West thing alone caused so much drama. And for what? For clout? That's insane. A lot of kids look up to Aiden. Why? The last time we saw each other, we went shoe shopping, and the little boy ran up to him and was crying, said he was his hero, whether he asked for it or not. That's his audience, and it's irresponsible to feed them this kind of nonsense, period. I mean, he's streaming porn on his channel, calling women dishwashers. We were never the closest growing up, but I don't even know who he is anymore. Now his Twitch is permanently banned and his entire career hinges on the success of an unregulated gambling portal. What happened? I've always respected his wishes to keep the family private, and I've never commented on anything he said or done until one retweet the other day about the porn incident, and he called me this morning screaming about how he wants my motorcycle back, which was a birthday gift, by the way. That sounds exactly like something he would do. I'm done. I'm not gonna sit around and wait for him to stop torturing our family because he's in love with some bald British rapist. I used to blame Andrew Tate, but now I blame Adin Ross. He didn't make you act like this. Not to me, not to our sisters, and not to Dad. Grow up. Yeah, he's been going on Kick, and Kick is they don't like give a shit. It's Trainwreck's like streaming platform, and he just like was just broadcasting porn for whatever reason. The replies. Oh, I was wondering why I saw that. It's because he's got the whatever this is. Andrew Tate actually a rapist? I thought he was framed, or am I missing something? Oh my god, people are so dumb. It just says it's really weird and sad. Sorry you're going through that. I know that it's like to have a toxic family member. But your family struggles, Miller. I hope you're... Because I think he's like a different entity on his own. Your camera, many others see. What is? What? You're not telling me what you do. It's not Trainwrecks. What? No, but it's his platform. Like he's like a co-owner or whatever. I just know how to sing Aladdin. What? It's not it. I mean, it is. It's owned by Stake. I know it's like a partnership thing. He has equity in it. We'll just say that. Yes, he has. He's literally said that. He's literally like said like when he was like bitching about people like Body, he was like, if I'm gonna have my name on this platform, then we gotta crack down on that. Oh shit, I gotta be careful scrolling through my Twitter feed. Yeah, I don't see the relevance. I mean, he's clearly involved in it, so I don't really know what the point of what you're trying to say is. Yeah, I mean, he literally has his name tied to it. Like, literally the reason why I'm, like, everyone refers to it as, like Train's, like, thing. He's, like, the number one person talking about it. I think it's silly to not think that that's reasonable enough. So I guess that's the update on the Adin Ross situation. Obviously, him streaming the Super Bowl, not great, but that was on Kick. But I can imagine that, like, you can get banned for doing stuff off stream. You know, I mean, I know he's saying that the email didn't or said that it wasn't that, but it's not like it's not like he's being targeted by any means. People get banned, like, clapped like that all the time. What do you mean? He helped make it. Bro. I don't even know how to, like, find the exact information I'm thinking of to, like, prove this to. I don't know, maybe just, TV, talk, oh shit, this is 4 hours ago. You should be worried. Oh, okay.
Yo, what's up, baby?
When's the mobile app come out?
The who?
The mobile app.
A month and a half latest. I've already seen the beta. It looks really fucking good.
This is just an ad.
A month?
Yeah, this site's been out for 2 months.
I think it's coming out in a few days, bro. Like, when's the beta coming out?
Yeah, a few days.
So we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. It's a few days. Few days. Does Kick pay creators better than Twitch? I mean, yeah. The sub split is 95.
Alright, with peace and love. This is not it for me. But, you know, teach their own.
Starting on Tuesday, you get that if you have an average of 5 viewers for at least 3 hours or longer. 95.5 split is
I think this is just gonna be an ad.
I'm like, I know about this coding and application ish. I don't, but I'm just kind of relaying what I've been told when I've asked myself. What is the benefit of subbing if no ads? Brother, I'm gonna...
Okay, this is just not gonna watch this. He doesn't control bans or anything? I never said that he did. My point is that he's a big part of the platform. And he does have his name attached to it. Present video is so little views. It doesn't matter. That's not what I'm saying. He has influence on them, obviously, because he's a big promoter and like a part of their fucking like the business itself. It would not. I feel like Kick really would not exist at all in any form as relevant as it is without Train. Not because he was on the platform, because he actively was like working with them. How far water or Train? Yeah, I mean it is what it is. Kick TOS with, so he's discussing the Kick TOS with, like, come on, dude. Yes, 2 things can be true at the same time. He worked with Steak to make Kick, basically. Because this has been like in the works. Like, I remember him talking about it months ago. Like, I don't really get the vitriol here. Like Trainwrecks is a huge part of Kick. Like, not because he's just on the platform, because he's working with them, like, actively. So, like, what is your issue with, like, not wanting to believe that? Like, just look into it yourself, dude. I'm not gonna spend the time to go through a bunch of videos that end up looking like ads. Yeah, I don't love the beard style, but, you know, you do. Maybe just doing it for fun. I get it. I'm wrong about what? What am I wrong about? That he's a huge part of the platform? Like, how are you gonna fucking say that that's not the case? And that he doesn't work with them? Like, what do you mean? The only reason that, like, Aiden is even on it is because of Train talking to him about it months ago. You don't remember him, like, talking to Trainwrecks, talking to, like, Kai and, oh my god, Adin Ross, Kai. Oh my god, I feel like there's too much content of them together. I feel like this is not gonna be easy to find. No shit, Kick VOD's getting 75 views. Okay, well, link percent that proves the opposite then. I don't know what to say. Or on it because he's fighting with Twitch. What? Is that
Community is much more loyal. So you either take care of us like that, or we're fucking dipping and we're gonna multi-stream and we're gonna fucking take our business elsewhere. That's the way you need to go about it. Because right now I know there are people that are 1/10 your size getting paid more by Twitch directly. So that's a disrespect in my.
Yeah, this is what I think I was remembering when he's like, oh, alternative, and I think he talks about how he was
Thank
like.
you.
And you know for a fact they're getting paid more than us.
I know for a fact. For a fact, they're on contracts getting paid more than you.
Did you say at least
30
mil?
30!
I'm telling you right now, bro, you have no idea how absolutely, like, I'm telling you, bro, like, listen, they're
I love how much money these people have and how, well, I don't know enough about Kai, but like, it just seems like Adin just doesn't like spend money on anything. Like, it's like, why? Like, it's just so weird to me.
there's a reason why these
Besides like this house, I guess, but
cocksuckers don't want me in a position, you know, at 30K viewers or higher. There's a reason why they don't like me. They want me gone. There's a reason.
so this is 3 months ago, so I wonder why he's saying this to them.
It's because I say it how it is, and these motherfuckers are scared to death. I'm telling you, that's a fact. You both have way
I wouldn't be surprised if he's got somebody that's probably like skimming his shit ton off the top because it's not like he's gonna notice.
more power than they want you to think. I'm telling you right now, bro. There's a reason they tried getting you off, and now they're trying to suck your dick. You have power, and they don't want you to know that you have power, but you have power.
Well, now that we're saying that, well, YouTube just hit me up. It's time's ticking. yo, YouTube just hit me up and time's ticking.
Yo.
They should save. I mean, that's not really true. I mean, you like it's not like it's like a sports thing where you like can't continue to play. You can stream until the fucking day you die, really. I mean, whether or not your popularity is going to be consistent is a different story. But I mean, it's not really that you would have. I mean, if Adin Ross was like 5% of what his like reach is and like the like amount of money that he makes, he's still like making like a really good living. Like that's not like insane the amount of money that Adin Ross makes, dude. Like there's not really like a a reason to get like insane contracts like because you're only able to do it for a short period of time. 'Cause, I mean, you really could just do it like forever. I mean, you're right about the whole like aspect of getting banned, but it's like
I'm not gonna lie.
How? From what? I mean, the only thing I could think of is like he's probably gonna get sued, or maybe he has been sued. Because I feel like that's a really common thing to happen with like somebody like him who's like just doesn't believe in like the rules, basically.
$30 million.
Hey, Adin, we got to YouTube unless.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that's
30
crazy.
mil?
Bro, and I'll be honest, I'm not even trying to like flex or anything, but that's child's play to what you guys can do. Child's play. 30 mil is child's play to what you can do. If you guys grind and you guys have consistency and you show the next 2 to 3 years of this kind of, these numbers are bigger, 30 mil is child's play. It's an appetizer. I'm telling you, bro.
Do you think that they paid them just to have this whole conversation? Because he doesn't feel like he's like being legit at all. Like I feel like he's like really playing it up. I don't know Kai enough to know like either way. Not that I know him really well, but
Chad, are we worth more?
$30 million, Train?
it just seems like they're both acting.
Yeah, and that ain't gonna be shit when your eyes open to how this world runs and the power you two have. When your eyes opens to that and you see the chess being played in the background, you'll understand that you're worth a lot more than that. When you see what they're making off of you, like I'm telling you, you guys, your eyes are closed.
I never thought about.
You never thought that they're paying you because they're making money off of you? I mean, it's like, no, come on, this is fake.
How much do you think they're making off of like me, XQC, and Kai?
Well, XQC is getting taken care of. You have to understand that, right?
Oh, he
Like
is.
X is getting taken care.
Well, no, when he was working with Steak, he showed it. It was getting like over $1 million a month. Like, I don't think you could really even like buy a house like that is unaffordable. Like with having as much money as he must have, and that was like years ago.
care of. I won't say his numbers because he's a closer friend of mine, but I know he's getting taken care
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a script because it's just like whatever. But I think that they're just like, hey, let me I'll pay you this amount of money. Let's come on stream. We'll do it together, and then you're gonna help me promote this without promoting it, if you know what I mean. You know, I could definitely see that being a thing.
of. And when he says that he won't switch platforms for at least $1 billion, that should give you an idea of how well he's being taken care of, right?
Jesus Christ, bro.
So
$1 billion?
realistically, X is getting his worth, right, or at least close to it. You two,
I don't think XQC wants to switch platforms. It's like it's just like again. Have you ever seen like XQC doesn't spend money on stuff?
you just need to show consistency. If you show
Yeah, I know.
consistency in this for at least like another 6 months to a year, like, you know, we'll talk off stream, but we're talking big numbers with a lot of zeros at the end. Big numbers. You understand me? Monthly.
Wow.
Wow. Like again, like why would these people need like this amount of money? It just blows my mind.
Like, it's that
me,
real.
I say me, you, the boys, and AMP boycott.
No, in my opinion, you don't boycott. You keep doing your thing. You keep grinding.
Boycott
you keep
what?
getting, you know, just
Wait, what? Boycott what? Twitch? What's up, Sean? Monkey, stop! You're not going outside. Coyote's out there.
keep doing. Just keep doing you. Just don't let. Listen, the big dogs
Oh my god, the mic humming is driving me crazy.
that think they're big dogs are actually small dogs in a big dog's clothing. They're all bark, no fucking bite.
Way more, it's unfair, so I think it's the principle. Well, I don't think they... I mean, I think that train's lying, to be honest. Like, I don't think anyone's getting paid anywhere near these two people. Like, I can't, like... Like, we've... Like, the Twitch things leaked about how much XQC makes. You know, I mean, obviously there's more things to go with it, but we're just talking about the platform itself. It's just now come out. I'm not gonna do that. Thank you though.
So just don't let them scare you. You got to keep doing you. Do you understand? You two are the real thing. You got to keep doing you. Don't boycott. Build your brand. Grind. Take every advantage you can. And
I hate the term grind so much. Just think of like the oh, what the fuck is that noise? That is driving me crazy. Dad was like hitting the door. It was making noise. Yeah, of course it is. But you don't get paid by the platform generally. Those things are fake. Oh, thank God. Now we can have people stop bitching at Hassan for making so much money.
blow up so big that they cannot say no to you. That's what you need to do. The boycott shit, don't listen to that trash. I'm telling you, that's what you got to do.
Bro, Kai,
Yo, you should be a motivational speaker, bro.
He really should.
Yeah, definitely. That is 100% true.
That's what he's famous for, his speech.
Yo, I feel fire in me. I feel like I'm about to. Ooh.
Wait, so Train, I have a question. You think one day I'll get a deal worth $30 million to stream?
Not
Aiden,
two,
let me be honest.
two
Yeah.
stream or a stream.
To stream.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Easy.
Can I
Easy.
be honest real quick?
What about yeah, go ahead, Kai.
Let me be honest.
Well, no, anybody that has like partnership or at least to my knowledge, like I can't even like multi-stream because I have affiliate.
Right. This year, what I've been being able to do in the milestones I've been able to accomplish. You feel what I'm saying? Especially as a color streamer, it was big. It got a lot of attention. It was great. You feel what I'm saying? Like everybody, like it finally we made Twitch not notice our community to like forcing it upon them. So that's when I truly knew that our community have leverage and we had.
Has he ever done a house tour? Because I want to see what this room looks like. It just looks like he's in an office building. I'm guessing this is like a basement of like a nice house. So it's kind of done like a house tour. I would love to see what his house looks like. And not be allowed to leave Twitch. Right, no, I get that. Like an exclusive deal on your contract, for sure. I mean, like, yeah, like, I don't have like a contract or anything, but the big stringers get that type of stuff.
Have, like,
for obvious reasons.
To run shit a little bit. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now here's my thing. And Adin is such a unique, like, through my eyes, bro, Adin is such a gemstone, okay? And I don't think anybody tells him too much. But let me tell you, bro, I always uplift you because you've done the impossible. You've made it cool for like the real world to fuck with streamers. I'm telling you right now. You've made it cool for like rappers to come on stream.
Right.
And the real world to fuck with streamers and give streamers a chance.
Wait, I'm pretty sure Train was the first one to like really pop off, right? Or wait, who is it? Ninja? That was playing with Drake? Not that it really matters. I just know he knows a lot of like rappers and stuff. With his house tour. Can you link it? AMP video? What is an AMP video? AMP High House Tour. Oh, it's like the org or whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is...
Oh my god, why is Keemstar the first part of this? Oh my gosh, okay. Well, I gotta be a little careful here. Can I even watch this?
Where the fuck did you bring? Where did this come from?
Bro, it's like gas in here, bro.
Where are you gonna ride this?
Bro, just...
No, it's gonna be one of these YouTube videos. I just want to see the house.
It's real peaceful. You know what I'm saying? Pull up. This is Phantom Room. Starting right here, look. Starting right here, I'm in Phantom shit. All right,
so this is
yours?
This
is mine.
Oh, okay.
This is mine. Don't let nobody, man, Phantom, nigga, this is my shit, nigga. When I catch you in here, boy, straight business. Straight business. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a wall right here. I'm gonna build a door right here, and I'm gonna lock that motherfucker at all times. This is my bathroom. This is my bathtub right here. I haven't used it yet.
Oh my god.
This bathroom, I'm gonna have this out of here. I'm gonna have a mirror. I ain't even got no mirror in here. Man, get the fuck right. Now I got my TV mounted. You know what I'm saying? It extends and it come back out like this. It goes in, then it come back out. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. So I fuck with it. But yeah, that's the end of my show. Appreciate y'all for something about type shit. Now get the fuck out, man.
Right now you got an attic, my brother.
Oh, do I? Well, shit, I think this the
hand fingerprint coded thing. I don't want people coming in, all right?
Wait. Can I see that real quick?
Oh, it's not on yet. Yeah, I'm gonna leave my dick. It's not activated yet. You know, first things first, always gotta have this in any single one of my rooms, all right? Always gotta have a projector. Y'all know how I feel about my movies, man. Yeah, check out the plaques. Your boy's 5 plaques deep.
Oh, that was in the video. I thought that was something behind me.
You know what I'm saying? Pretty simple room. As I've been talking, my projector's still been coming down. It's quite slow. But let me show you why I really wanted this thing right here, you know?
Wait, Davis, do you clean your room, bro?
That's what I'm saying. This is what every streamer's room looks like, dude.
The one spot that's dirty, like that's what you chose. This is what makes it worth it right here, man. You know, balcony right here, perfect.
It's in like LA.
Got the yoga mat. Me and my girl be doing yoga here in the morning.
Can you show me some stuff?
What you thinking?
Maybe I don't know, like doggy.
That's not a yoga pose.
When I did live in a house kind of like this before.
You sex position, you freak. Now you a freak, bro. But welcome back, man. The projector finally came through. We got my little setup right here. Got the close of the week right here. This is nothing crazy. It's just this week's lineup right here, you know. And I got a whole bunch of shoes. I don't really care.
I remember Soulja Boy leaving his stream on for like 2 days. And like his mic was like so shit. That's old memes, dude.
About no more down there, but like I said, it's nothing major. My room's pretty late. And right here, this is my bathroom. I let Chris use it sometimes though.
All right, this cameraman, come on.
Chris, this is my bathroom, all right? I just let Chris.
So just do your thing.
You know they fucking renting this shit too. I assume the AMP house might own it or be renting it for them, but.
Bedframe's coming tomorrow. Like Ellie.
Oh my god. I want to actually see the house, fuckers! What the fuck?
Alright, listen, guys, I ain't gonna lie. Listen, we got the wrong. Nah, slide, yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Like they're constantly like facing it up, so I feel like don't even have a sense of the house.
Here, we got the legendary AMP logo up top, man. At nighttime.
Oh my god, I was thinking it was like an SS bolt. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Never mind.
Looks spectacular.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Soulja Boy console. He got like sued for that, I think. It looks like the Ace Family house, doesn't it? I mean, they're better at showing off the house.
That's audio quality improvements right there. I got my exclusive jersey. I don't even think they made those custom. I remember when I worked with the Raptors Uprising, man, they sent me one of those right there. It's OVO jersey, man. That's a special place in my heart. All right, let's start by saying, man, my room, this house especially, is to work.
If you kind of like look at it quickly, the AMP logo looks like it says simp, which is very funny. OG scammers, true.
In progress. There's a lot of things I want to do that involve construction so I can get it looking the way I want to, but my carpet didn't arrive. I mean, it just use your imagination for a little bit. Beautiful carpet. We got the Ethiopian
We always got smashed on, dude.
pillows and decorations all over the wall. I don't know why, bro. I'm tired of chairs and furniture, bro. I'm
I mean, this guy seems like he's got like the nicest setup so far.
Ethiopian. There's a floor. Like 3 years ago. Now it probably goes for like $300. Stop. Sun hitting me. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. The views from every room is crazy. I got a little bit of a view myself, man. You can see, hey, man. Locking the door. Get out.
Oh.
Was I hitting the ceiling?
Can't, bro. Get out, dog.
Okay, so they got some interesting. I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble watching those. Wait, they have a bed in the same room as like their bathtub and their shower. That looks like one of those like sex hotels. Interesting.
Instead, you construct a wall right here. You make this side the bathroom. We're gonna remove that vanity.
Wait, they literally do just have a bed in their bathroom. What the fuck?
In the sink, and we're gonna put it somewhere else in the crib. And then you're gonna have to open the door.
Yeah, I wonder what they can get from like Uber Eats, dude.
To enter the shower. That's my vision for it. At least this fuck got my socks wet. I'm fucking sick.
You told me you don't care.
I'm gonna kill him, man. This is one of my closets. So this walk-in closet I kind of just use for clothes. You can tell how.
I kind of just use my closet for clothes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
packed it is with stuff, huh? Yeah, I'm a big fashion guy, buddies. Yeah. If you're from London, man, Asian, you got. This last month we didn't. It's called loyalty test. So I'll be watching.
The pool's kind of small.
From afar, but the camera's. You know.
Like a nigga like me, bro.
Oh, it's got this nice ass balcony on the top. You're not gonna shut that off?
Man, make that.
Oh god. Oh
To
god.
jail for a little. Do what I wanna do.
So it is like a little bit of a basement area. I recognize the carpet.
First things first. Take a look at my room. Take a look at my room. The room is looking nice. Off rip. Boom. Your boy got a kitchen in the room. Don't mind all this other stuff because you know we still moving in and all that. This is my on the
That's
move,
nice.
on the go streaming setup. This is what I use for the U-Haul. But look, your boy got a refrigerator in his room. Who do you know got a kitchen in the room? Look. Oh my God, look at all the drinks, everything that I got. I don't have to go upstairs, Gangatron. I don't. Hot Pockets. You feel me? We got the nice counter, so if I want, I can put different snacks in there and shit like that. I never gotta go upstairs, no cap. Then I got an air fryer. Yo, if you don't got an air fryer and your girl over here telling you that you can't cook, you don't gotta cook. let it cook for you. Then I got me a microwave, nice little microwave so I can heat up stuff. On to the next part of the room. I have 2 arcade machines right here. Now, first
Interesting choices.
As a kid, I always wanted to have arcade games in my room because
I mean, it's the little things you like, you know?
I felt like it was
Because that's like, what do you think they're gonna go to the grocery store?
fun. I got the Simpsons game here. This game is actually pretty dope as hell. Then I got, Pac-Man. You can't go wrong with Pac-Man. You know, I think I probably wondering, yo, Kai, why your arcade shit so short? Nigga, it's for the short people. It's for, you know what I'm saying? Why the fuck would I want to be standing up doing this when I could sit down and get real comfortable and get in that mode? Dad! Hey, hold on, give me a second. Alright, now, as I see, if y'all know this, as I see this video right now, that means the streams are officially back! You feel what I'm saying? So I'm
Surprised that, like, I don't know if he just only streams at night, but it always looks so dark. He probably just has blackout curtains that he doesn't have yet in this video.
back in action. This is the setup. I know you're probably thinking I had a crazy setup. No, hell no. This is my regular setup. We just brought it to this crib and stuff like that. Hold on. Gotta show y'all this. Thanks for showing love on that bust down rolly avalanche. It went so crazy that I revealed. You know what I'm saying? I know. Finally, KC3 got a new chair, but I didn't want to show y'all on here because I will be.
Is he sleeping this out? Yeah, there's a bed right there. Huh.
So that shit gonna be so fire. First of all, look at the first. It's amazing about the house. That's one thing about this house. Everybody has a fire ass view. Let me just adjust the elephant in the room. The fucking carpet. I know you're probably like, this nigga is a freak, nigga. Okay, this came with the house. Okay, the carpet came with the house. So I really didn't want to like make that. You know, let me get that out of the way.
I feel like I would have a hard time sleeping in such a big room. Like I used to like, for a short period of time live in like somewhat comparable, like not like maybe like without the kitchen part, but like just in terms of like it was an unnecessarily large room, and I feel like it was kind of hard to sleep in it. What does this have to do with that? My arcade? There's an arcade at the office. Also, I think that arcades are cheesy.
Wait, now I'm not a freaky ass nigga. I'm not a playboy or whatever. That's just there. I'll be trying to change it. I'll change it soon. I don't know. I'm gonna see how y'all fuck with it first. But look, we got Alexa right here. Yo, Alexa, who's the cutest nigga in the world? Alexa, all right, right here we got my bed. Big king size shit.
I didn't get that. The internet is.
Shut the fuck up! Big king size shit. For the king himself, you know what I'm saying? Your boy
I don't think that's a king size bed.
had a balcony in the last crib. Now your boy.
Cheese. I mean, whether or not he likes it is his own thing. I just don't like them aesthetically. I just don't find them like appealing. They just kind of seem like a waste of space to me.
Got a balcony in this crib. Oh my god.
A nice ass
on,
balcony.
Man. Just take it in. You hear that? Nature. You know what I'm saying? Nature. Oh, there's the front yard. Yeah. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Eat my dick. You feel me? Right now, we got the nice dresser with the nice TV. Mad Netflix. Like.
Oh my god, this is a time mirror wall.
Mad Netflix. Like, no. Mad Netflix. Then right here, one of my favorite parts of my room is the massage chair. And I finally got my walk-in closet full of all the drip. You feel what I'm saying? I got all my jeans here, y'all. All the jeans. Got some feet. I'm gonna hold off on showing y'all my shoe collection. I really want to show it a lot, but you feel what I'm saying? It's gonna be updated on my Instagram as times go by. It's getting better, and yeah. Oh, shit. Look who's here. I know.
I assume he destroyed his chair. Like a meme thing. Alright, I think we get the point with this. Or do we need more of this? I don't think so.
Bro, here's my thing. You've did so much.
So, okay, so then his bed is over here. We can see it. And then the stairs is like over here. I really like real estate, so that's why I'm curious. I hope I'm not being creepy.
To where and you have.
I think we get the point. We're gonna move on to the main video here. Vice has been doing these. Yeah, you can show it if it's in context. Obviously this is before it was banned. And you can and like you can't just like rebroadcast their stream or something like that. And you can't have them like physically on your stream. Like he can't like. I would get in trouble if he was like standing right here. But from my understanding is that you don't you can like show like shit from like before they were banned and show even show things they said afterwards if it's like in context. Like we're not like rebroadcasting the stream, you know what I mean? How to rob him? Definitely not. I feel like that would take so much effort for like no gain. Anyway, so Vice does these panels that usually get pretty heated. They had the one masculinity panel that was good, the feminist debate panel, which made me want to die, and now we started watching one of them the other day, but we didn't end up finishing it. So I want to be able to get enough time to finish this one because I have to wake up early tomorrow, so we might not stream for as long as we usually do. But again, we'll see. Anyway, so this one is about conservatives debate liberals on the U.S. education system. So I'm curious of the way this is going to go, because I can see conservatives getting pissed off about, like, CRT still or something like that. But I would assume liberals would be concerned about, like, funding. So I'm not really sure, like, if it's going to be just culture war stuff or not. I have to go to the office. It's bullshit.
Discussion, like that's a great conversation for you to have with your child. But I don't think
it's edited. Well, yeah, I know it's edited.
That taxpayer-funded hatred should be something that we allow in our schools.
Okay, bro, real talk though, like brother to brother. Teaching white privilege does not inherently mean black people are less. Factually incorrect.
Oh my god, that was loud. A bunch of media experience conservatives. That's my guess. None of these look familiar. These people look familiar. Oh my god, that guy's definitely conservative.
SATs.
Oh, the video. No, from like I've seen like people on this that I know like okay, that guy's definitely conservative. That's a conservative. I'm guessing this guy's a conservative. Or this woman is a conservative. Maybe this woman is. I don't know. We'll find out.
No, wait. Gotta be careful.
I'm Mina
Durson.
I'm a correspondent here at Vice News, and we're going to talk about education today.
Doesn't surprise
We tried
me.
to bring a very diverse mix of voices here.
Makes a lot of
Obviously, we're not
sense.
going to be able to represent every single opinion out there when it comes to education, but we are really thankful for your time and for your perspectives. I also have 2 kids in school, so have experienced some of this from the parent side as well. So let's just start really broadly. What's the purpose of education?
I think the purpose of education is twofold. One, to help build and support the individual, but also help build and support
Hey, thank you
society
for
as a
the
whole.
sub.
Because
Zara?
even though you may not have a kid in education, you pay taxes
Cheers.
to public school because
Or White
we
Claw
as a
Gate.
society depend on and need education for society to work.
I think the purpose of education is to educate and not indoctrinate. And I think that
There it is. Oh my god. College student? He has to be an influencer of some sort. CJ Pearson? Wait, is he like heir to like the Pearson like book fortune? Yeah, the snippets. He's a conservative content creator. He is media savvy. Oh, of course. Yeah, because that one woman in the middle was just like a teacher.
in a lot of ways we've strayed from that and the original purpose of what it's supposed to be.
I think it should be intelligence and character. I think
Education scholar. What does that mean? Education scholar? Like on wait, it's an online program? I don't know what that means in the context. He's got a Wikipedia? American conservative. Oh, God. I'm political advisor and commentator. A person was raised in just political interests. Do you think he made this himself? Like, do you think you can just make a Wikipedia page for yourself? As an internet personality in early 2015, he uploaded a video on YouTube defending comments made by a former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, criticizing the president Barack Obama. Oh, so he's kind of like got like to be one of those like I assume like token black conservatives. Campaign for responsible attempt to overturn. Oh no, he's an election denier. I don't know why I'm surprised. Anti-establishment populist. Love that. Person is an executive director of Young Georgians in government. Okay. Political activism. Politics in his first grade. A person stated that the class was instructed to research the political. Wait, what? When his first grade class held. Got it. So his guy's just gonna spout off talking points, and I don't think he even like thinks anything on his own. So I guess that's what we're to be expected, am I right?
I think you should be able to understand the world around you and understand who you are and your purpose and try to make the world a better place. I think that it has to be a mix of the
Well, yeah, of course he's a human being, not a token. I'm saying what the interest from the GOP is. Like, come on. We know what the Republicans do.
skills, memorizing the formulas, understanding the world around you, but then also what to do with it.
And just to go off that, the idea that education, you have to balance the importance of memorizing.
Oh, what did they say this person was?
With it.
And just to go off that, the idea that
Private school teacher / learning specialist.
education, you have to balance the importance of memorizing the quadratic formula while simultaneously addressing social and political issues respectively. So children have both the know-how, general knowledge, and also kind of self-awareness and character so they're able to develop their own opinions.
Yeah, I think that the purpose of education is to understand the world that you exist in and use that understanding as a means for creating.
Democrats thinking of, they both do it. It doesn't matter. It's more likely that people... Okay, so the conservatives, being like a conservative of color means you generally are voting against your own interest. That's why it's a little bit more unique, but both sides definitely do it. What? Delete what I said? What? What? I don't know what you want me to do.
Change or even understanding yourself.
She's in high school? Oh. I mean, she's pretty.
Yeah, I think that the purpose of education is to understand the world.
Oh my god, she looks way older than high school.
That you exist in and use that understanding as a means for creating change or even understanding yourself on a deeper level.
I believe the purpose is simply just to prepare the individual to be successful in the society that
Parents
they exist
of
in.
homeschooled kids. So does he do the homeschooling or is he just the parent? Like... In Minecraft.
Thinking, learn how to live out your full potential so you can be independent and everything else really flows from there.
The purpose of education is to prepare children for the real life and also make sure that they are literate.
So I think the purpose is to raise the next generation of leaders. And when you think about what you want your leaders to be like, you want them to be knowledgeable and you want them to be compassionate. What you want your leaders to be like, you
Cam DeColandria. DeColandria?
want them to be knowledgeable and you want them to be compassionate. You want them to be self-aware. You want them to understand the best way to move forward.
Did they mix up this person and that other lady?
Not just for themselves personally, but for their whole community.
When we talk about who's doing the educating, who should decide what's being taught?
Parents. I think
Why?
that parents should have a
No.
huge say in what's
Wait,
going
who's talking?
on in the classroom because it's their kids.
No. No. No, they shouldn't. Like, that's so stupid. Like, what? Why do you think that you are able to have the knowledge to be a teacher if you're not a teacher? Like, you just think the average parent knows, like, how to teach? That's, like, you think that there isn't a reason why people, like, get teaching certificates and go to college and learn shit? Like, that's so stupid. Like, are you, like, you saying that means I definitely don't trust your opinion. I mean, like, then what happens if two groups of parents have, like, different, like, viewpoints, like, that are diametrically opposed to each other? Like your logic just, like, falls by the wayside. Like, what? What's up? What's up? Even kids act like kids even learning anything in school. Yeah. Bring her up random political shit. That's my job.
It's not ours. As a public school teacher 15 years, I was always aware that these are not my children.
Did I spell Aiden's name wrong in the title? I mean, I always spell his name wrong, so whatever. We're done talking about him. I can take it out.
We have to make sure that we're respecting parents and their beliefs and their values.
I think the Constitution agrees with that.
Yes.
Here in America, ranging back to the early
I always post it
1900s,
wrong.
plenty of Supreme Court cases have ruled in that favor that it is the parents' right ultimately to decide a child's education, medical needs, etc.
I would push back, though, and say that there does need to be collaboration, right? I completely respect your idea of it is not our job as educators to put forth a belief in front of children, right? That includes not perpetuating parents' beliefs in the classroom as well. In my opinion, that would be keeping a non-biased viewpoint, simply presenting issues, and then allowing kids to decide for themselves.
I would agree.
So that's a very lib answer, I guess. I feel like it's just trying to appease people, but I think it is really bad to just, like, put shit out there without, like, talking about the viewpoints that they represent. A little bit. It looks like the Pokemon, like, first evolved form of Hunter Avalon.
Agree that I think it needs to be a collaborative effort. The way that we decide curriculum in Texas is that work groups comprised of community members, educators, parents, even in some cases students and public service officials come together to draft curriculum plans, and then it's ultimately decided on by our State Board of Education, which has a lot of kind of assistance from parents as well. So I think that kind of format can be really effective because it also empowers students to become involved in the fate of their education. And as a student myself, I think that that's incredibly important because our perspectives need to be heard as well.
The voices of
I don't have any idea how the education system works here. I went to private school in California.
parents need to be heard.
I honestly don't even
in
know
that
the public
equation.
education works.
But unfortunately, what
not
we've seen
much.
recently is that parents' voices have been demonized in this process. You've seen parents who've criticized local school boards labeled terrorists simply for caring about the quality of their education that their child is
Wait,
receiving.
what are they doing though? Let's be real here, my dude. That's not why they were probably labeled terrorists. You're really gonna be that? Like, what is he talking about?
Receiving. These teachers are temporary caretakers. When they come back home, it's the parent who has to explain that this is this radical belief that was put in front of you. This was
do a job as a parent.
This idea that you've never been raised around that parent
Yes,
now has
yes,
to explain.
that's fine.
And at the end of the day,
Yes, they have to. Oh my God, parents have to do parent shit. What?
hey, that isn't just confined to a classroom.
Wait, so you do want indoctrination where they don't ask questions? Like, what? Don't force a subject or belief. What do you mean a subject? Don't force a subject on somebody. On students, take a neutral approach to subject, but controversial should be talked about if relevant. I think both sides of the coin should be addressed. Like, I don't think you should just say anything. Yeah.
Now what's bleeding into
Can you
their
imagine
upbringing,
having to
and there's
parent your
only
child?
one person responsible for their upbringing, and it's the parents. It's not the educator, it's not the teacher, it's their parents.
No, it is the responsibility of the teacher to teach them. That's literally their fucking job. Like, what are you saying? Like, this guy is just like buzzwords.
I like the
Or,
idea of the
sound bites,
collaboration, and obviously parents' voices belong at that table. I also like the emphasis on students having a say in this, and also other people adults that aren't parents. I'm invested in that too, even though I don't have children of my own. And I hear what you're saying about having to, like, parents needing to confront or address, I guess, like what kids are learning at school. But giving kids the exposure to other ideas or other things that they wouldn't be exposed to otherwise is, I think, part of what's going to help raise the next
Right.
generation of people that are able to look outside their own lived experience.
But I think that oftentimes those
Of course
different
you have a
ideas
but.
are presented in the classroom as a student as the only idea. When you're being taught that, oh, there's this many genders or anything like this, where you haven't.
Yeah, that's like when like they say that there's only 2 genders. Oh, that's the tweet, by the way, that Aiden said. As I said that we're done talking about him. He like for some reason posted like for no reason there are only 2 genders, which is very funny. Like, why would you say that? Like, what does it have to do with anything? It's like, damn, Aiden, you fucked up, dude. Like, it's like, why you say these things?
Been exposed to that in your own household, it's being presented as like the end all
Suggestion
be
for
all
school?
when it actually isn't. It's about educating and not indoctrinating. As long as that is presented as a counterpoint to, well, there's people who believe this, but there's also people who believe this, that's okay. The reality of it is that in most classrooms across the country, that isn't what's happening.
And to piggyback off of that, one side is
What is
labeled as a
happening? There's no fucking way this person has kids. Didn't we look up his thing? He's like not that old. Yeah, 2000 and... He's 20. Why are you even on this panel? I guess because he's like young, I guess. What's the difference between... Well, I don't really know what they even mean when they say indoctrination. I assume what they think they're saying, or what I assume... Like, I don't think they even have any idea. I think they just think that any, like, mention of, like, LGBTQ stuff and, like, I think normalizing things that they think is, like, weird is, like, indoctrination. I think that's what conservatives think that means when they say it. You know what I mean? He snuck in, yeah, maybe. He born in a different century than me. Yeah, I know. He's literally 10 years younger than I am. I want to just learn things. I didn't want them to ask questions afterwards. Also him. It's not about indoctrination. Exactly. Things they don't want. Teaching things they don't want is indoctrination. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like they mean it as. Kids don't want to learn math. That's indoctrination. True. Math is indoctrination. Parents have where to put the kids when they go to work. I mean, no. I mean, I think, like, the ability to teach somebody is, like, a lot different than just, like, you know, having them read something. Yeah, how to address ideas. Yeah, I know. The irony is that, like, literally every conservative wants to indoctrinate. Like religion is indoctrination. Because there's no actual, like, thought process behind it. It's just like, no, you do it because we say to do it. You want to talk about that? Let's get into the churches. Let's stop the indoctrination.
Bigot, white supremacist, homophobic. There's a lot of parents in
What'd you
America
call me?
that are Christian or, you know, they believe in 2 genders, gender binary. And if you say that as a teacher, especially, you could be labeled as homophobic.
Well, you're just wrong. I mean, gender is a social construct, lady. Like, was she a teacher? I mean, she's just wrong. Like, that's just like, it's like teaching creationism. You're just wrong. Like, it's doing a disservice to teach somebody something that's just inaccurate.
So there isn't this unbiased classroom because there's one side that can't really be, you know, as loud as the other side without risk of, you know, losing our job.
They also always adhere to the, well, it says it in the Bible. So gay people bad, I guess. I don't know why, but it says it in the Bible, so gay people bad, I guess. I mean, that's like when there's no reasoning behind it, you know, like it's like, well, why? You know, it's like nope, doesn't matter. It says it in the Bible. Man will not lay with another man. Lesbians are cool. I actually don't know if it says the other part. I don't remember.
Even.
But you two are kind of the ones that brought in the conflict of like, there is an indoctrination going on and only one side it has this opinion and.
So then it means nothing. So you can just do all of the worst things ever, and then if you just ask for forgiveness, you're fine. Like, it's not even consistent, like, as a moral, like, system.
This side is not allowed to talk and we have to be quiet. When really you guys are actually the loudest in regards to this issue thus far, right?
Right now, yes.
So yes,
Right
I
now,
wouldn't
yes.
necessarily say that that's the quiet. What I would say though is like, I do want to push away, if possible, but I'd love for you to hear this, right? Is that idea of someone sees me and they go, oh, you're one of those that teach that there's 72 different types of gender. Desmond Fambrini, he, him, gender fluid, bisexual. My students do not know this because it doesn't come up because I'm a learning specialist and it's my job to educate and teach a curriculum, right? Now, if I'm asked directly by a parent or if there's confusion, oh, why do you wear makeup? Same reason why girls do, because it's fun for me. It doesn't.
What a Giga Chad, bro! Let's go!
Need to be this very controversial, I'm gonna mess with this child's upbringing, they're gonna go home and they're gonna turn into a gender fluid and they're gonna think there's 72 genders.
I think that's a question you say you should go ask your parents about how they feel about that.
Well, so,
And
okay.
Teachers are supposed to teach reading, math, science, the things that are actually gonna make them contribute.
The only thing you teach, reading, math, science.
Members of society, answering a child's
No history.
questions about whether or not men or women should be wearing makeup or not is, I don't think, within that realm.
Okay, so you said science, right? So we're talking about a physical science, we're talking about human anatomy and biology here. So a child says, I thought boys could not wear makeup. I have an X and Y chromosome and I'm wearing makeup. I could factually answer that without indoctrinating with any opinion.
But it's in no way scientific, your answer to that question.
How is that not scientific?
I would say maybe
Get him!
cultural or it's a perception.
What?
Or an opinion, but it's in no way scientific.
Anyone else? I am a chatty person, so I'm going to take a pause and I'm going to let's see if anyone else has something to say.
So I just had one question for you, because not all homes are welcoming or open to conversation or safe. So how do we balance that?
I think that what we're saying is that there are certain conversations that are not to be had with a teacher. And I think that the argument that a lot of people
This is what being conservative does to your hairline. Let's be some love.
on the right and conservatives are making is that we
This guy's 20.
just don't feel as if actors of the state should be having conversations that are taxpayer-funded conversations with children about conversations that have not come up in their own households. And to that point,
What are you talking about?
if you can't talk about God in the classroom, why can we talk?
Literally just talking points. This is like what he's doing is like what tankies do. Like, really?
Talk about every gender under the sun, right? I think that's the conundrum that we find ourselves in. If we are banning those conversations, we've banned those a long time ago, then how can we have these conversations just because they're
Be more specific, my dude.
belong to a different side of the political aisle?
So I think we actually talk about God in the classroom all the time, right? Yeah. Who's taught religion? Who's taught world religions? Who's taught like history in the way that, you know, Puritans, and that's okay, because God is part of the fabric of history and whatever else.
From a development perspective, this is how Christianity originated, this is how Islam.
What do you want to, like, what? There's plenty of religious, like, you can take religion in, like, college, you know, like, what?
We don't talk about, like, this is what this gender is, and this is if you feel this way.
I thought we were talking
and
about
there's gender
religion.
affirmation therapy,
So
all those things.
I think you actually bring up a really good parallel of like, I feel comfortable and I feel like it is okay to talk about identity issues the same way we talk about God. Not indoctrinating anyone, not telling this is what you have to be or you have to believe, but saying...
I'm hyper anti-religious, so I disagree with that. Separation of church and state. Like, your identity is not a religion. I don't think we should... I understand where this person's going with it, but I vehemently disagree with the relation in terms of that they should both be equally as valid to be taught. Because, no. Religious history and stuff like that, sure, there's a place for that. I get it. But it's not necessarily something that is... We're talking about, like, history. You don't really need to know that to, like as, like, a student. You know, like a kid. I mean, growing up, that's really irrelevant. That's more of a deep dive thing you can get into later, and we should be able to teach that of course, because context is really important when it comes to, you know, like religious context. Is also, I mean, both are together, but in terms of like historical events that have happened throughout time, a lot of it is because of like the Crusades, for example. You have to understand the history of both, or all the religions involved there to really understand the context of it. So I understand being able to teach that. But I don't think that you should have like a fucking Bible class. And I don't think that it's at all comparable to something that is a identity that affects your fellow person. Like knowing the biblical history does not affect your day-to-day life, you know? Anyways.
This is something that some people believe.
But in the sense of gender identity, I don't see that parallel. How is that making someone more literate, more successful?
What I hear you saying is that learning about different gender identities does not make somebody a more considerate, well-rounded person, but learning about different religions does make you a more considerate, well-rounded.
I'm saying that is a part of history. I don't understand where gender identity falls within what we should be teaching.
Religious history and God comes into play in terms of history, cool. But don't
Oh, well, I guess they're agreeing with me.
gay people and trans people too? It's not like I'm the first transgender person to ever walk this earth. Like there are trans people that were, and gay people who were part of major movements in this country, like from the civil rights movement to the feminist movement to, I mean, obviously Stonewall. Like, isn't that part of history too?
Let's just take a step back. So just show of hands. Who here thinks public school is the best option for kids? Okay. And who thinks?
I would say yes.
Private school is the best option for kids. Who thinks homeschool is the best option for kids? And then some of you guys didn't raise your hands at all.
It's so challenging to pick one right answer for that, because essentially what you're asking is, who do you trust the most with your children? Who do you trust to give them the cultural values that I have and then fill in the gaps where I don't necessarily know the answer, but I trust that they're experts and are going to give my children the attention that they need in order to develop so that they can be a better version of themselves.
If I had to choose one, it's public school. It is the best tool we have to give everybody a chance at a good education, no matter where you come from, how much money you have.
No, the country was founded on freedom of religion. Like literally, that's why people like came here.
Have public schools where not everybody thinks the same and people are coming from all walks of life is a good like microcosm of that global experience where you can learn critical thinking skills and learn how to be a good community member, because not everybody looks like you or thinks like you.
Kali, you're shaking your head.
Oh, well, first of all, our schools are more segregated ever than our public schools, especially in blue states.
What?
New York and California have the most segregated schools.
What does she mean by segregated schools?
And on top of that, we are in a place where our public schools are not safe, especially the last 20 years. And I just don't see why sending our kids to these environments where it's unsafe. We also used to be, because I used to be on the left, we used to be against the institutionalization of our children. These kids are being institutionalized, having these places where there's 2,000, 3,000 kids. I'm okay with public.
What? Is she just saying things? Like, what is her solution? I don't understand. More black people in poor schools. Is that what she's meaning? It makes it seem like those schools directly are like segregating white and black students. I mean, that would make more sense.
School, but the problem with it is that it's become an environment where it's almost like the school to prison pipeline. We used to talk about that in the 90s. We're not talking about that anymore. And I think that's something that parents need to wake up about and America needs to wake up.
What is the school to prison pipeline? I thought she was thinking like the factory pipeline, or the reason like a lot of like education was like meant to not be like critical thinking in the past, because it was like to train you to just be like able to do it like a factory job or something.
Wake up about the institutionalization of our children.
I talk about the school to prison pipeline all day, every day. And I hear what you're saying.
Wait, what is that? Wait, do you think they're going to explain it, or should I Google it? I feel like they're probably going to explain
that
it.
It's terrible that there are parents who are sending their kids to schools that are not safe. However, what about the parents that don't have a choice? Like, I'm thinking about like the most marginalized community when I said public schools here, because I agree with you, the public schools have a lot of work to do to become the safe places.
The school to prison pipeline, also known as the school to prison link, school prison nexus, and schoolhouse to jailhouse track. These are such dumb terms. Is the disproportionate tendency of minors and young adults from disadvantaged backgrounds to become incarcerated because of the increasingly harsh school and municipal policies. Oh, gotcha. This is due to education inequality. Yeah, I think like the fact that schools are funded by property values is very stupid and incredibly unfair. Increase in police in schools and creating the pipeline, right? This has become a hot topic of debate and discussion surrounding educational disciplinary policies as media coverage of youth violence and mass incarceration has grown up in the early. Okay, I gotcha.
Is where our kids are not in institutions where they're ignored or not giving the services they need. And also, for the people that don't have a choice and that is the only option their kids have, I just believe that's worth fighting for. That's why I said
absolutely. I'm a big advocate for school choice.
Well, why don't we just
Oh no! That's not what?
Who believes in school choice?
Can you specify like what do you mean
so
by
that's
that?
where parents can apply the money that they pay to taxes. They get vouchers and they can put that into any school that they want. It's very popular in red states right now, and a lot of blue states are against it, especially teachers unions are against it because it's taking money.
Wait, so basically it's like private school but like with taxes, so it's not fair, right? Dude, my education was fucking trash, dude. I went to a Christian school. That's why I'm very anti having, like, they just like lie. I was taught in fucking sex ed that men like produce sperm on their fingertips, which I assume was so that like people would be worried about like even like doing like hand stuff, like like they'd be worried about getting pregnant if they like did like hand stuff because obviously it was like abstinence only type of thing. Like that is one of a multitude of things. Like they didn't teach us like evolution. So like when the SATs roll around, like we're at a disadvantage there, you know? Who of these people actually have children? I thought she did. Like getting fingered or whatever. But yes, at some point in my life, I've done hand stuff.
Money away from the public schools and
I like to
creating more
juggle.
of a competitive market.
Right. That's why I wouldn't raise my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes with school choice, it gets a little bit tricky, right? My first class had, the first day, I had 25 students. By day 2,
Never ask about evolution. Yes, they do.
I had 19, because 6 parents switched out of the class because they saw me, and they were like, there's no freaking way, before I even got a word in.
As a parent, I would want to know, like, do you not think that that is okay or they're right to withdraw when they see you? Because ultimately...
The only crime that this dude has done is that lip color choice.
You're probably an excellent educator.
I appreciate that.
I have no doubt about that, but I think we get into muddy waters when we start trying to...
I don't mind that he's wearing lipstick. It's just the color choice. I don't love it.
Take that choice away from the parent.
Do I think that it is okay for a parent to see me and go, not around my kid? No, I don't think that's okay. I feel like that's really crossing the line because you are, for lack of better words, discriminating against me openly. That's like seeing a black
Not lip shaming, it's the makeup choice.
teacher and being like, there's no way. It is the same. It is the same.
It's still the right of the parent to make that decision as to
No,
whether or
it's
not they
not.
want their child to learn from you.
Okay.
Like, it's still that parent's right. Like, you can disagree with their motivations, their motives.
The parents do not have rights in this country to not have their child get educated. That's just something that I don't think the parents should have the right to do. That's stupid.
Their ideas,
Would you
but
say
it
that
is still their child.
This started around school choice. Even if you want to decide on a different learning environment for your...
Yeah, most kids would just wonder why, and then, like, he's just helping them normalize it. Like, oh, how terrible. I mean, you know, the parent pipeline is, oh, a man wear makeup. Kid be confused why man wear makeup. Man explain they wear makeup same reason. That women wear makeup. Then kid think man is woman. Like this like caveman brain that they're just afraid of having like a trans kid or something. Like that's like these fucking assholes like worst nightmares because they're a bunch of bigots. Not like these individual people. I'm just saying generally when people get like would be upset about like a man wearing makeup. Again, maybe if it was that lip color. Perhaps.
Or kid, the people that do not have the option to send
Shut
their
the
child
fuck
to a
up,
different
Sven.
place, the bar should not
rather
be so
kill
low.
myself in Minecraft repeatedly. I'd rather keep putting down beds in the Nether repeatedly than be a conservative.
And that's my concern.
Oh
with
yeah,
school
also that's true. Also woman bad.
is that sometimes people think that if everyone flees to the suburbs, who is teaching in these schools where everyone has decided they don't want their tax
It's called
dollars
emo
going
kids
to? And
too.
that's one of the big concerns. With funding of education being the way that it's set up, it essentially makes it so that the people that are stuck with these as their options don't end up with as good a school, and everyone deserves to have their kid go to a good school.
Well, if there's school choice, they won't be stuck with those options. They can have other options. That's the whole point of that. Also, it is the school district's job to appropriately use those budgets. Most of the budget in the schools aren't going to the teachers. We got cafeteria workers, janitors, all of these people that are getting paid.
It used to be 9 out of 10.
Is that a bad thing? That was a weird cut. Did she just like straight up cut him off, or did they cut the last part of what he was saying? It kind of made it seem like oh, we got cafeteria workers and like janitors, and they're getting paid. They're working. What? I don't know what he's trying to say.
10 people that were employees of schools and districts were teachers. Now it's 50-50.
Yes.
So there is some mismanagement of funds in this country. We actually fund our kids really well. Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Too many administrators.
Just to go back a little bit to like when you guys are raising your hands about the different choices, you raise your hand for homeschooling. Can you talk us through like why do you think homeschooling is the best option?
If we look at the history of this country, a lot of people were homeschooled. A lot of our founders were homeschooled. Like they only went to school till 3rd grade, a lot of them. And I think what has
Return to monkey. Like, what is that logic? Let's go back to like. Let's get rid of our iPhones. Fuck it. Let's just go back, like, to being uneducated. Like what? Does she really? Oh no. She's probably friends with Rachel Wilson if she's into like homeschooling.
happened is parents have decided that the government is going to do a better job at raising their children than themselves. We have also come to a place where school is taking up the majority of our day. And we have this mistrust.
Most food stamp kids in public schools would sell their tickets. What do you mean their tickets? Don't you get free lunches if you're on food stamps at school?
Of parents that they can't educate their own children. And I think that that's wrong. I think that a lot of parents, and if you look at homeschool data, like my friend Phil right here, he's got 7 kids and he's homeschooling them all.
And you have time to go do this Vice panel? I feel like you're not doing a very good job if you're able to homeschool 7 kids by yourself.
And actually homeschool kids are turning out really well.
I think you bring up a lot of very valid points. But
Yeah,
I
they
have to
are
say,
finance for
and I just
property
want your
tax.
opinion on this. I would never homeschool my own kids. And I want my kids to be
Always so smart.
smarter
Correct.
than me, than I ever was. How am I going to have a child that is smarter and does better than I do if I'm their only teacher?
You grow alongside your child.
Okay.
I
Maybe?
think as a teacher, I feel like I've learned the most in my
Oh,
life
she's
as
a teacher.
Like more so than in college. And, you know, so parents becoming teachers is actually good for them as well.
Okay.
And even in the public schools, a lot of teachers are relying on the lesson plans. But speaking from experience, I got to give the credit where it's due. My wife does the homeschooling, and I.
Why are you here? I assume because she's the one doing the homeschooling. Why are you here then? Yeah, I just want my wife to do everything. You know, fuck it.
I've watched that process of her learning alongside, you know, to make sure when they ask these questions, I'm getting knowledge on the material as well so I can help you get.
Wait. Is she teaching him too? Really weird phrasing he's using.
Through it. Nothing replaces that value, that bonding time that she gets to have with the kids.
I taught high school for 6 years and I quit and I'm a stay-at-home mom with my own kids. So
that's not how teaching should work, right?
we're a one-income family. We're lucky enough to be able to live off of my husband's salary. Would you say that most homeschool families have one parent working?
I do think the statistics show that that is the case.
It's like the only way to do it well.
Pretty much.
I mean, how would you even do it without? Like, unless you have like a work from home job that you do after like hours of like teaching. God, it's so ridiculous. How do you do hand stuff? Oh my God, stop.
And, you know, another misconception, though, is that they think it's a matter of income and homeschool families have to be rich and et cetera. And I think the average homeschool family makes like $65K. So the reality
How do you
is
live? How do you live? You're still paying taxes for schools. I think they might get like subsidies or something. If you're doing homeschooling, I'm not sure how that works, but I would imagine that would make sense. Grab a jacket. Tax deductions. Homeschool tax deductions. You're wondering if federal government provides any tax benefits to help homeschooling? Unfortunately, the answer is no. There is no federal tax credit or deductions that apply specifically to homeschoolers. To save money, homeschooling needs not to take toll on family budget. There are numerous ways to cut homeschooling costs and save money without skimping on education goals. Here are some best ways. Tax-free weekends to purchase school supplies. Claims state tax deductions or credits for homeschooling expenses if eligible. Wait, they just said that they didn't have that. Look for free, low-cost curriculum options. That should be your biggest red flag. You don't want free or low-cost curriculum options. You're going to get, like, church shit. Yikes. Yeah, those kids are gonna be dumb as shit. Just teach them how to be an influencer. I guess that's all that matters nowadays, right?
Back and making sacrifices for this lifestyle.
Fuckers are
because they
pastors who don't
value
even pay taxes.
what is coming out of it.
So let's just say that for the people that homeschool isn't an option, what is for so many people it's not. I do not think that school choice is the way to go about that, which I know is a lot of people's answer to that.
Can we just get Sean in here? What are your thoughts on this?
School choice gives people an exit ramp. You get to send your kid to a school that best fits what you think is best for their development. At the end of the day, it's kitchen table conversations about we've worked hard to raise a family. We want to spend our money in a way that best fits our child, best fits our family. And when you
then go to a private school. Like, you still have school choice. Like, I don't understand. Like, you just don't want to help everyone else. That's all this means. You just don't want to help, like, be part of the community and help pay the taxes for, like, other people to get education. That's all this means. Okay, but you still got the choice. Fuck you, whatever. I mean, if you're that passionate about it, fucking make 20 to 60K more a year. And that's not true. My private school was like 5. It was also a Christian school though, so
You don't have school choice, you do make those trade-offs. There are real consequences there.
The school
Even though they're
is
semi-normal.
considered one of those
Parents are
shared
weird and
spaces, one of those
anti-vax,
last kind of
GMO
shared
hippies,
spaces where you
yikes.
might bump into someone who maybe comes from a different background than you, has a different ideology than you. What do you lose if you homeschool and then you're not putting yourself in these kind of situations?
45K? What the
is
fuck?
negative influences. One of the biggest things I think when it comes to homeschool is keeping my kids away from your bad kids. We've went and taken our children to pride parades. And you know what I mean? We've been there, we've been loving, and we showed support to the
He just compared bad kids and then he went in, or not compared, you said bad kids and then he talked about pride parades? Was that just like a weird edit? What the fuck? Military school on the beach? Well, that's not what a normal private school is. You're talking about boarding schools. Boarding schools are not private schools. I mean, generally they are private schools, but I'm not saying like a private school is a boarding school. Because boarding schools are expensive, you're right. Way more than, like just a normal private school could be. Yeah, but we're not talking about boarding schools. Private schools are way cheaper than that. Be in a rich neighborhood with more expensive private schools.
people there. But at the same time, we explain our views on the matter that we believe marriage is between a man and a woman. And from experience and talking to people, I understand.
Wait, haven't you shit on me for coming from a wealthy family? And you're talking to me about going to a school that's $35K a year? Olsen twins. Well, I mean, that's LA for you.
People who choose that lifestyle, it is based on trauma. A lot of were molested or sexually assaulted as children. So I don't think it's okay for me to teach to my children that this is something normal we ought to accept when it doesn't progress society. We would not be able.
Wait. Did he just say that he hates the gays basically?
School is keeping my kids away from your bad kids.
Your bad kids. You ever think that your kids might suck?
We've went and taken our children to pride parades.
Why?
And you know what I mean? We've been.
He seems like he doesn't like gay people.
There, we've been loving and we showed support to the people there. But at the same time,
you see that smug little smiler?
We explain our views on the matter that we believe marriage is.
By taking them to pride parades and being loving, they mean that they hold signs that saying being gay is an abomination and we need to repent. That's what he's saying. What an asshole, dude. You're gonna do that? Talk about indoctrination, dude. You're gonna make your kids do that? Like, what the fuck?
Between a man and a woman, and from experience.
How do I not appreciate it? The fuck? Do you appreciate it? Like, what?
And talking to people, I understand that a lot of people who choose that lifestyle, it is based on trauma. A lot of were molested or sexually assaulted as children. So I don't.
Yikes. Bigot alert.
Think it's okay for me to teach to my children that this is something normal we ought to accept when it doesn't progress society. We would not be able to procreate if everybody were to choose that lifestyle. So I think.
Who cares? Who cares? What do you mean we can't procreate? You think gay people don't have surrogates? Do you think the idea of a surrogate's not a thing? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's okay for me as a parent to say, hey, this exists, that exists, but this is our view on it, and this is how we want to present it to them.
Do you think it's somewhat problematic that you're going well, this is our viewpoint, that marriage is between a man and a woman because we can't move society forward with gay couples? We have factually proven that incorrect.
The private privilege I have because I went to a fucking Christian school that really fucked me up. Okay. I'm not allowed to bitch about that now. I should appreciate that I was able to go to a school that costs money that really fucked me up. What?
Literally, I could actually tell you that gay parents, on average, make exceptional parents and do exceptional things with kids because they adopt, and they only adopt kids when they are financially capable, which actually makes kids of gay parents actually more successful and academically competent. So gay parents...
I don't know if that's true. As in, I don't necessarily disbelieve what he's saying, but from the studies that I've seen about gay parents versus straight parents, it's just there's not any significant difference by any means. They either are slightly better or on par.
Parents actually are very good at moving society forward, and we have the statistics to prove
Could
it.
that be a long-term solution, though, if a large population chose to choose that lifestyle? There would be no children to
True.
adopt.
No one is choosing this lifestyle.
That's an opinion.
Okay,
It's not an opinion. It's just.
Okay, sorry.
Did you choose to be straight, sir?
I've been teaching for 15 years.
So
and
have I.
will say that there is some kids now that are going for that community that are doing it not out of a genuine.
He's so sassy. He wants to fucking dunk on her.
And there's pockets of them too. Like you'll notice like friend groups of girls that will all of a sudden decide that they're now trans.
The idea of LGBTQ being trending and the idea of teaching kids that being gay is a choice, those are two very
So
different
I'll answer that. Yes, I chose to be straight. Absolutely.
So he could be gay. Is that, I assume, what they're gonna say?
So
When?
you could,
Can you tell us about it?
so you
Did you
actually
consider the alternative?
could
Yeah. So you could be gay then?
be attracted to me if you wanted to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Woo wee! Self-report! Self-report! Woo wee! Then maybe you're just panned, my dude. To a black one. Oh, stop it.
Let me explain. I have seen transgendered people who I thought were born female that were very attractive. I didn't know. Now, once I find out that that's not what you are, I am.
What is it? Who's this? Is this one of the people on the thing? I'm getting worried that that's taking a long time to load. Oh, old Kyle Kalinske tweets: if you call homosexuality a choice or a disorder, you might. Wait, what? You might as well wear a flashing neon sign that says "I love dicks." Based. Based in Truepeld.
Choosing not to pursue that. That's
Yeah.
what I mean. So yes, you can be attracted to someone that is of another gender.
Let's talk about what do you think should be taught about gender identity?
I mean, we've been like straight. This person looks so bored. We've been straight pilled for a very long time, and it hasn't worked. So,
Identity in school. What do you think is being taught?
I want to go back to something you were saying earlier that's related to this about like you're seeing trends, and I am too.
I don't like bringing it up
Last
out of nowhere.
semester, when I was teaching, I had a trans kid in every classroom, and I was like, whoa. When I started teaching,
It was one in school.
there was none,
Yeah,
right?
one
And
in
I'm
school,
like, this
yeah.
is wow.
And they
okay?
were really for it too.
And
they like went for it.
And I'm hearing you that is something I'm seeing too in the classrooms. Fair, okay. Now, I'm not gonna presume to be in the heads of those kids and to understand like what's real for them or whatever, but I will tell you this, historically speaking, a disproportionate
this dude looks like a Driggetting.
number of kids who are gay, who are trans, who are any of the LGBTQI, fill in the letters, right? Didn't live to see adulthood. Maybe that's why we don't have an older generation of trans adults because
I attended a funeral of a trans student last month.
a lot of them didn't make it. And so, but when I hear about kids like
sad.
feeling comfortable enough to try expressing something where maybe they wouldn't be able to do in other spaces. And I understand that maybe that's not what you want for your kids, but I'm thinking about the most marginalized and vulnerable people. And unfortunately, statistically, for our queer youth, disproportionately they fall in that category.
Mind you, with the whole concept of school choice, I'm all for parents who agree with what you're teaching, sending their children to you. I just think ultimately it should be within the parent to make that choice.
What do you think should be taught in sex ed?
I think it should be health education, yes. I taught middle school and high school, and they
Like proper condom use and stuff.
started giving it to my students in 7th grade, and I have students come back to me traumatized because I think sex ed has gone away from what it was. There are some lessons, like for example, they have a lesson where the kids in 3rd grade in the New Jersey curriculum, there's a picture of a woman's spread eagle, and they're learning all the different body parts of the clitoris and the stuff. Every
Okay.
child is different. Some are not developmentally ready for this or mature enough for it.
I grew up with abstinence education.
That's
Dance battled a crackhead at a gas station for $5. Did you get any crack?
where we didn't talk about sex ed until middle school, but mostly 10th grade and high school. But I think that middle school
seems way too late.
is far too late to be talking about
Yeah, that's
sex
what I'm
ed.
saying.
And it's not because I think that second graders are, you know, wanting to be promiscuous, but like having sex ed scaffolded because it is a preventative measure against sexual assault.
That's what I was gonna
often
say.
being done in the home.
Just because that happens in the home doesn't mean that we need to label all parents as not capable of teaching sex to.
How is this bitch a teacher? That just went that far over her head? Like, are you serious? No, the point is, not all fucking kids live in, like, a perfect home, dude. Like, some people don't even have parents. Like, why wouldn't you want everyone to have the education to make sure that they're not, like, if they are being abused, that they know what it is? Like, the only way that you can have this viewpoint is that you're just pro, like, you know, child molestation, basically.
To their children and giving
Of
it to
course not,
teachers.
but teachers, for a lot of children, are the only trusted adults, and it is incredibly dangerous to remove teachers who are trained professionals to deal with
And
these
you feel
crises
about
in the
RuPaul?
home
I don't really know
from the
anything about
situation,
RuPaul,
and
besides
that's just like a funnel
their
for child abuse.
I think a huge thing that's missing in education in the schools when it comes to sex ed is consent.
You got a pack of
You know,
gum.
that's not being taught at all, to my understanding. I never learned it in the schools. And that creates consequences when you look at the situations that are going on here.
I think that we have such a
Wait,
hypersexualized
what?
society.
What the fuck did you just say?
Obviously,
missing.
And that's just like a funnel for child abuse.
I think a huge thing that's missing in education in the schools when it comes to sex ed is consent.
Yes.
You know, that's
Oh,
not
okay.
being taught at all, to my understanding. I never learned it in the schools. And that creates consequences when you look at the situations that are going on
Okay,
here.
that's actually a
I
good
think
point.
that we have such a
I kinda zoned out a
hypersexualized
little bit.
society. Obviously, kids are having sex younger. They're hooking up younger.
I don't know if that's true. It's happening younger, like since like when? Like I'm pretty sure teen pregnancy has gone down, like across the board, since like the 50s. Teaching teenager human. Yeah, I know, right? Over here, we straight up watched a movie of two people having sex in class. Okay, that's weird. We didn't end up in orgy at the end of the year. I remember watching a video of like some woman give birth, like just straight up, like, and it like I just remember it was so jarring because they didn't like warn you that they were gonna show you that. It was just like, oh, at some point during this video, and they were just like talking about something else, and then they just like hard cut to just like a baby falling out of the vagina, and it's just like, whoa! Could have given me a little warning on that one. My senior year gave an A if you signed up for the military at 18. That seems like that would be really illegal. As a libertarian, by the way, that doesn't surprise me. Oh, yeah, that is true. Teen pregnancy is way higher in states that have abstinence-only sex ed.
It's just reality.
Hand
I
stuff
would
out.
rather
Oh my God, you're
those
supposed to be saying hand
individuals,
stuff.
and also from a pro-life perspective, know how to have safe sex and preventative sex that prevents pregnancies, than them to just go around willy-nilly.
I mean, technically, we all have to some extent.
Just doing whatever they want.
So there's a lot of middle schoolers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that are getting pregnant at earlier ages, and we're starting to rank like the highest nationally in terms of middle school pregnancies. And that's because a lot of middle schoolers are, again, like you said, like getting sexually involved earlier. Whatever
It's
it
the
is,
Cardi B music.
whatever it is, it's happening, and we need to be able to address it, and students need to be able to be equipped with the skills to understand how to have safe sex. If parents aren't having those conversations at home and middle schoolers are getting pregnant anyways, like why can we not include that in the
You mind? Dog's bringing on.
school so they have some form of information?
Again, it just goes back to the fact that so many of this issue is just not black and white. It really is 50 Shades of Gray because like there is just no one-size-fits-all approach to the way we educate our children.
What age do you think sex ed should be taught in schools? Like starting at what age?
Of course you've been crazy.
Probably at some point during secondary school, because if we're talking about
Secondary
it scientifically,
school? What
kids
is
need to
secondary
understand that
school?
science is a body of knowledge that we're building together. This is what we currently understand about human anatomy.
As far as like actually getting into intercourse and the details of all of that, in my experience, I usually at least start giving that understanding.
Yeah,
around
basically,
7, 8
Andrew.
years old.
I think that sex ed is a lifelong discussion, and it starts, I mean, as soon as you can communicate. Now,
So
that doesn't
rude.
mean that you
Oh,
are
I see what you're saying.
giving a high schooler's curriculum to a 3-year-old, but I'm already talking about consent and using proper anatomical language with my children, and that's where it begins and it ends in adulthood.
I think as long as it happens.
I think I agree with what she's saying. Oh! Stop! 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 Go away! Stop! 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 I don't know if you saw that, but they're both walking like side to side. Like they were like right next to each other, and they're just like crab walking sideways. Stop barking at the door. You're not. Stop. Go. 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 They're just gonna go back to doing it. Kids. They're gonna go bark in the other room. What age should kids learn about animal abuse on Twitch? What? Oh, you're talking about my dog.
In a way such that, to the point you were making, that like kids are being protected.
Awkward as fuck, yeah.
That's what I would say we prioritize.
I would say go back to the way it was when I was in elementary school. They separated the boys and the girls, and the girls.
Nope. I don't think that you should do that.
Girls watched a video about their period and all these things that guys.
The idea of guys not needing to learn about periods is so stupid. Like, why? Like, what is the reason for that? What, they can't handle it? Like, like, is their manliness too weak to be able to handle, like, blood or something? Like, why wouldn't you want them to just know other bodily functions? Who gives a shit? You should still know what it is. That's just like having, like... Like, you're not gonna be like a physicist, but you still probably learn, like, math. You don't have to know the intricate, like, way, like, it feels constantly, but I feel like it is important to know generally what is going on there, dude. Yeah, that is true. Men don't even know that women can still pee with a tampon in it. Oh my god, I was actually so annoyed. I was watching Vosh, like, this is like a few months ago. And he was like saying, I don't think women are supposed to like sleep with their tampons or something. And it's like, that's not true. How I learned about what? Yeah, wives such friends go through. Yeah, definitely. That I just get head anyway. And that I just... What? Okay, that's not... See, this explains a lot. They have periods, and yes, they can get pregnant. They will deployment. God, right, okay.
That's health.
Watched another video. Yeah, it was health class. And then we didn't talk about sex education, the actual contraception, all of those things until high school.
I think we need to separate health education from sex education. Health education should be lifelong. No sex ed for now, the way it's being taught in a lot of these states.
For now? Yeah, okay, lady. That's gonna definitely do good.
Let's talk a little bit about other things.
She's pro pedophilia, dude. She's pro getting, you know, having people victimized because they don't know what's happening to them because they're kids.
Fall under the responsibility of what teachers do in the classrooms. What is CRT?
Critical race theory in reality is this complex legal institution that relates race to all of the institutions of America since its founding and since its birth. And it's something that I've never learned about in my classroom. I don't have any friends that have learned about it in their classrooms. It's something that's often taught on the graduate level or the undergraduate level. So
You don't really feel it. I mean, it's like the idea of like a tampon, you can kind of feel it, but it's like a contact lens. It depends also like what stage you're at, like with like how heavy your flow is or whatever. Like because you get bloated. So if you can imagine like if your stomach's really bloated, you can, you know, feel it more because of that. But generally it's just like it's like a contact lens. Like it feels weird when you first like put it in, but then it's like you kind of just like forget about it.
I think that it's kind of a not a great term to use.
This is something I don't care to know. Well, fucking deal with it, bitch.
Reference to conversations
Now
surrounding
you know more.
K-12
Educate yourself.
education, because it's not actually something that's even on the docket for consideration.
That was a perfect.
Yahoo has a source. I'm assuming it's an article, so then there would be a source somewhere. Yeah, they literally list sources. You gotta get more media literate, dude.
Description. I could not have done a better description if I tried.
It is in our schools. I saw the lessons that contain critical race theory in California.
It said the words critical
yes,
race.
It said the words
Which
critical
is,
race
and
theory.
yes. She's not wrong. She's not wrong because some states have implemented CRT into their curriculum. It means different things for different districts. So this is about to be a very complicated conversation.
So in my district, and this is in California, they're requiring a class called ethnic studies in order to graduate. And in the class, they were taught about critical race theory. They were taught the definition. They were taught to analyze school policy through critical race theory.
Based. Sounds pretty based.
And they were taught how critical race theory is beneficial to analyze the U.S. It's basically like this idea that every institution in America, every institution, that interaction that you have has some sort of element of race, and usually there's a hierarchy of oppressed versus oppressor. And there are kids in America in K through 12 that are being taught that, and I'm so tired of people saying that's not happening when it is. And then when I expose it, I'm being called racial slurs and names for exposing it. And I'm like, come on, guys. So I think we need to.
She doesn't see it. She doesn't see the irony.
Stop saying it's not being taught in America and change it to should it be taught in America, because it is. It is. There are teachers that are teaching this.
So there's a.
Why don't you show me what it look like? The first part sounds pretty fine about what they're talking about.
Recent bill that was passed in Texas called Senate Bill 3, and it completely revamped Texas's curriculum standards and basically eliminated all requirements for teaching of history education in Texas that relate to diverse perspectives. So
wait, is that true? What did she say it was?
Our teachers that are teaching this.
So there's a recent bill that was passed in Texas called Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3. Senate Bill 3. Bill to be entitled an act relating to the social studies curriculum in public schools. Be it enacted by the legislation of the state of Texas. Media literacy, speaking of that. Instruction on verifying information and sources, propaganda as appropriate. Wait, what? I already zoned out when I saw the what? Really windy out. It's really windy out, and I think they're getting freaked out about it. Civics training program? Wait, it's a civics training program? I don't even know if this is the right one. Okay, whatever, I'll just believe her.
And it completely revamped Texas's curriculum standards and basically eliminated all requirements for teaching of history education in Texas that relate to diverse perspectives. So teachers can go through the entirety of K through 12 education without ever talking about slavery as an institution, even though it's thoroughly ingrained into just the history, just the basic facts of America's history.
My understanding, I don't see the banning of slavery.
She's gonna pull some fucking id bullshit. This guy's falling asleep, apparently.
Being taught in
it's
Texas.
not the banning.
Yeah.
The issue is that it's no longer.
I know that bill.
It's no longer required.
I know that bill, and I know it also states that you're not supposed to teach it in a way that causes mental anguish.
So it does not ban it. It doesn't ban the talking of the institution of slavery, but it does create a loophole for teachers to never touch on the topic at any point in a child's education. And that is something that is happening. And it's something that is happening to peers of mine. It is something that is happening predominantly in communities outside of, I guess, my home city of Dallas, but having traveled and having talked to students across the state of Texas, I can confidently say that there are teachers who are not teaching very key facts of American history because critical race theory conversations have so clouded the teaching of history as an entire whole.
And it's not often called CRT anymore. It's called diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's called all of these different names and labels because of how divisive of a thing that it is. And I think that at the end of the day, the big thing here is that let's teach Black history. No one on the right is saying, do not teach Black history, do not teach slavery. If we forget those lessons,
I'm just gonna leave that there.
Of the past, we're bound to repeat them. But what we're also saying is that stop being vindictive towards white people for being white. No one alive today was a
Oh, what are you simping for white people?
slave, and no one alive today owned slaves.
Yeah,
and so for
Meadow
white
Ocean.
children to sit in a classroom and be blamed for sins that they
Yes, that's what we're doing. We're blaming all white kids.
themselves not commit is wrong. For Black people, for Black children to sit in a classroom and be told that because of the color of your skin, well, it doesn't matter how hard you try, you're really not going to go that far because
Yep, that's what they're teaching. No issues, no notes. Definitely what's happening.
the society hates you, and then you have all these structural barriers preventing your success. That is also wrong. That is not lessons of hope. That is not lessons of opportunity, and I think that is what schools should be about. You can't.
Yeah, let's educate Black people less so they don't feel like well, what is his point? Like, he doesn't want history to be taught because it'll make people feel bad. Like, what? Like, so your solution is to just not teach people things that happen? Yeah, I know.
Create the next generation of leaders if they are never capable of seeing themselves as leaders, right? And I think that is what CRT.
I don't think he was even talking about Democrats.
In some
I just know he's a
ways,
conservative.
It does to young children of color.
What CRT means to me is obviously really different from what it means to you. And when you were saying before, like, kids are being anguished, I am not for kids feeling guilty about being born in the body they were born in. That's not what I taught.
What
and
did
I
you
wasn't.
teach?
I mean, what did I teach? Well, for one thing, I taught about slavery. For another thing, I taught about the ripple effects of slavery that we're still feeling today. In no way saying that people of color are less
Sounds like a jump scare right there.
than or can't be, or no, not the opposite. Saying people have persevered through things that I myself as a white person will never understand.
To really make this micro, the way I see it is there is no reason that kids of a certain age, right, because it's different teaching to a 6-year-old and teaching to a 17-year-old or in college, shouldn't learn about the history of slavery, the history of redlining, the history of
True.
Italians being lynched in this country, et cetera, looking at the facts and looking at some of the horrible things that have happened so we can learn from it.
We should really teach the fact that, Irish people used to have, really low IQs because they were immigrants taking IQ tests that were not really low, lower than the average. Because they were, not well-nourished, and they obviously were not, they weren't having the same educational opportunities as the people that they were being compared to when they first came over. Now the Irish, there's no difference when it comes to average IQs based off of metrics like that. I feel like that's really important to realize what your environment does in impacting your opportunities and your social status and even your perceived or not perceived, but your IQ tests and stuff like that. Well, the Irish people are disproportionately represented in governance. We want to be like that.
That is a totally different conversation than when you've got instances like in Cupertino, California, where you have 7- and 8-year-olds who are being sat down and said, okay, time to do a privilege exercise.
Okay, just because I assume you're talking about trans people, so one trans person is a pedo. There's a shit ton of straight people that are pedos. Does that mean all straight people are pedos? What's your logic there?
That's what happened in
Let's write out, where you are on the power prism. because that can create situations where students have warped views of themselves, especially if they're young. And I don't think it's appropriate because
Gender
of the emotional
ideology.
impact it
Okay,
can have on
cool.
folks.
If people are actually being sat down and being like, if you're white, you're an oppressor and you're bad, that is not okay. That is not CRT. That is not critical race theory, and that is not culturally responsive teaching.
So it's not necessarily being blatantly said, but it's being implied over and over again.
Okay, there is definitely a way to teach CRT without it
Ooh, he's fucking dishing, being like, maybe you're just kind of a bad teacher.
putting anybody down. But it's like, hey, just so y'all know, if you're interested, there's different types of racism. There's the idea of racism as you treat someone differently because they're a certain color. And yeah, you could be racist to a white person if you don't like them for being white. Now, there's also systemic racism because we took a whole bunch of slaves from another country and brought them over here. But with that said, right, there's different types of racism here. And you can expose yourself to different ones at different times, but you don't have to make anyone feel bad. You just say the statistics the way they are. You're not saying one person's good, one person's bad. You just go over the definitions.
How should we be teaching race?
Well, I don't think we should be teaching white privilege in the classroom.
But teaching about race, like if you're, designing your ideal, setting.
Yeah, I think.
How do you think race should be
Is
taught?
that because you think it doesn't exist, or because they can't handle it, or like
I think
what?
again, when it comes to the privilege discussion, like that's a great conversation for you to have with your child. But I don't think that taxpayer-funded hatred should be something that we allow in our school.
Not everyone's got fucking parents, my dude. I don't know why, like, that is just, like, not a thing that these people, like, take into consideration.
Okay, bro, real talk though, like brother to brother, teaching white privilege does not inherently mean black people are less. Factually incorrect, right? So
what is white privilege?
White privilege is the idea of white people may have benefits that fall in a societal structure. Because they are white, they have advantages. Not such as, for example, if you send out a resume and you make one name a white name and the other name—
That's a study that was done.
What's a white name?
The white name would—
Oh, come on. He's being purposely myopic now. Like, you know what he's saying.
John, for example, right?
I know Black John.
Okay, no, hear me out. Let me finish, okay? We did a study. I didn't do this study, but we did a study where basically it was sent out 2 different resumes. They were the exact same.
Okay.
Right? One was given a classic white name. The other was given the name Jamal.
Okay.
The white name got 2 times more callbacks.
And
right?
I disagree with
Okay.
what you're
You disagree with the science. Of course you do.
The idea of white privilege, right? The idea that somebody that is white may have an advantage
Name is Brandon.
does not inherently
I know
mean you are
Black
teaching
Brandon's
a black
white,
individual
really?
they cannot accomplish great things. That is completely separate. So we're talking about fake biological science and social science. We're not even in the same building at school.
Names don't have race, sure, but there's like family names that are definitely related to like historically I mean, like, you can tell, like, you're gonna tell me Italian names like Luciano, or like what's a really Italian last name, or like Anthony is like a really Italian like first name. I want to say Soprano, but I don't actually feel like that's that common of an Italian last name. What's a really Italian last name? But I have a white name. Yes, I know, but like if you have family names, surnames are generally the same. In if you have like the third, like if you have a family where your dad's name was Anthony, and then your grandfather's name was Anthony, and then your dad's name was Anthony, and then your name is Anthony. That's like, like how those things could pass down. I'm just thinking of the last like Mussolini. Fuck it. Like, names do have a relationship to your family, which can have Ferrari, yeah, Lamborghini, Carbonara. So if you have like a long history of well, the funny thing of a lot of Smiths, a lot of like black people have like the last name Smith because they didn't have last names, so they would like use like the last names of like their owner or whatever when they were I don't know the exact timeline, but that's where they would get like Washington is a really common black last name. Chef Boyardee, exactly. So it's not like there isn't like historical relation 2 names. You know what I mean? Hopefully that made sense. Not all Italians eat pasta. That's a lie. That's a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Same name as your father, but also called the place you were born. Yeah, like oh my god. My brain wants to say Descartes and D'Angelo combined together, and I don't really know why. Da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci just means like Leonardo from Da Vinci.
School right now.
Well, again, in regards to these like audit studies about like what is a white name, it's not necessarily that the name itself is white. It's that the perceiver, the person that is reading the resumes, for some strange reason, feels like when they see a white name that they are on their team or that there are positive stereotypes associated with people being white. That's what we're talking about when we talk about white privilege. Is that okay? If Oprah goes into a store, people might not assume that she can afford the things in that store because she's a black woman, even though she is Oprah. But if someone was white and goes into the same store, some people, because of their own racial stereotypes, might believe that they can afford it. And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about white privilege, is the sort of systemic benefits that you get from society.
No, I want to add.
They went to a bunch of different jobs. It was a pretty extensive study that's been recreated a few times.
Though what you're describing though is discrimination, but to call it
Mario
privilege when the reality is, let's say
there we
you
go.
take the white person who would be considered
It's a
white
Italian
trash,
name.
you would get the same result from them. So I don't think you can necessarily assume that that's because of race, and definitely can't call it systemic because of personal decision to be discriminatory.
Should it be?
That is true for some names like Miller and stuff like that. I don't know what the history of that is, but it depends on what culture you're coming from. Historically, I would imagine.
Be taught to our children.
Right.
And should it be, and should we be telling black kids that you're going to get discriminated against because of the color of your skin?
Where is she going with this?
Loans, with redlining, blah, blah, blah.
There is a way to teach culturally responsive teaching without being narrow-minded, but it's hard. But just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Even if you talk about the systems in place that privilege different groups at different times in different spaces, I'm not saying that when you teach CRT,
Vice is left as like a publisher or like a channel. They're generally a little bit more. I mean, there's always going to be bias to the left in fair reporting because conservatives don't really love actual facts, but they do try and get like the right wing people that they have on these panels. They are media trained right wing influencers, so I would say that would balance out in a lot of ways that they are trained to be like that. Ben, what is wrong with you? Stop.
When you teach about the history of this country that has privileged certain groups and
Yeah.
not privileged black people, I think it's important to acknowledge that black people have persevered.
Yeah, they're definitely not,
throughout
like,
that.
far
There's
left.
so much
Thank you.
excellence. And I think that you do all kids a disservice when you say, okay, the history of black people in this country or the history of women in this country is that they were oppressed the whole time and they weren't resisting. And then the Civil War happens and, the slaves are freed and the black people just stop.
The far left would be like socialists, anarchists, etc. Like, think of anyone left of Hillary Clinton. Like, Hillary Clinton is a Democrat, but she's not a leftist. Like Nancy Pelosi, she is a Democrat, but she is not a leftist. She might be socially left, but like her policies, like for government and the economy are definitely way more right than mine would be. Yeah, there's an argument for that. No, stop it.
Stopped resisting, economic injustice until the civil rights movement. That is not the case of history in this country. And so I feel like it's very important if you're teaching about, race in this country, it's about resistance. It's about resistance to the power structure that suggests that some people deserve to get more if they work hard than another group of people if they work the same level.
And not just resistance, but resilience.
You mentioned history, and a lot of you are educators. I'm just curious, What do you think should or shouldn't be taught, when it comes to U.S. history in the K through 12 environment?
Oh my God. Stop. I know you're joking, but stop.
So I think it's just this really unbalanced way that they're teaching it right now, especially the ones.
I have never, ever, ever heard Hassan unironically at all. I don't even think I've ironically heard him call himself a tanky. Why would anyone do that to themselves?
That are proponents of CRT, that's creating this narrative that
definitely.
It's all white people to blame when there was so many people involved in the transatlantic slave trade. The British were actually the ones that stopped it and used their own resources to stop the slave trading ships from continuing. They went to Africa to stop them. Hey, stop bringing them to the coast because we're not buying them anymore. And so this idea that
Then the Americans kept buying them. What?
I just feel bad for our children because they're not being taught it in a perspective that is holistic, basically.
And even to this day, there are slaves in Libya held captive by black people. So this is not a.
I mean, there's slaves in the United States. Have you heard of the fucking prison system, dude? Slavery is still fucking legal here. You can have slaves as long as they're incarcerated.
A white and black issue. But even with that said, I think leaving the public school system, even my peers, I mean, when we talk about this, we left with the idea that black history is slavery and Jim Crow. And we're rarely talking about the Reconstruction era, the amount of senators and politicians we had post-slavery. It was just so many things that we did after slavery that we're being told we can't do today somehow. That is just asinine.
There's no conservative in America who's saying don't teach slavery in the classrooms, but if you're going to talk about slavery, to his point, let's talk about Madam C.J. Walker. Let's talk about George Washington Carver. Let's talk about all these black.
Well, no, you don't want that taught, my dude.
People who have done some really incredible things that, in spite of quote-unquote systemic racism and all of these things, have a.
Okay, if we're not teaching what they were fighting against, then I would feel like it wouldn't make any sense in like context.
Chief, let's talk about Barack Obama. Let's talk about Kamala.
Oh my God, he wants to be a fucking pundit. So I mean, I guess he technically already is a far right pundit. So fucking bad.
Kamala Harris. Why is every conversation that we have to have about black people in the classroom about us being in chains, downtrodden?
What do you mean? In America, you can literally do slave labor in prisons.
And having no hope. That's a problem. And Black History Month, it's American history. Let's talk about that too. Those are important inspirational stories that are not taught in the classroom.
Do you think that the fight against CRT is hurting the efforts for more diversity and inclusion?
I don't want diversity or
No, I'm saying literally right now in this country, in America, the fucking 15th Amendment or whatever. It says that slavery is still legal if they're incarcerated. What are you not getting? It literally is. It's for profit work. Like that you don't get paid for. Okay, what's your definition of slavery? Yeah, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States. So, exactly. The 13th Amendment, sorry. Okay, what are you not reading? It doesn't matter what your definition of slavery is. We're saying that in this country, it is legal as a punishment for crime. This is just a fact right here. There's no trying to interpret it in a different way. It's literally saying slavery is legal if it's for a crime. What are you not getting? You have to commit a crime first, but do you think that the fact that we have for-profit prisons maybe would encourage charging people of crimes, because then more prisoners equal more money? Katrina, is slavery true? Most jails don't force labor. Have you heard of a chain gang, dude? They don't make people work. Right. You're just talking about coercion.
Inclusion.
But you
I
said
mean,
you
we
want
already
more,
have that.
what I mean by that is like you said you want more like Black stories of hope and success and like
Messed up
all
with
of
the
that.
comma.
That's what I mean.
But that's unfortunately not
And
what
that keeps
CRT
being
is.
funneled.
Yeah.
I know.
That's
what I'm
actually
saying.
exactly what CRT is.
I think what's really clear is there's a lot of big opinions on education, across the spectrum, and really thankful to all of you for sharing, your perspectives, where
That
you're
is
coming from.
very Christian.
Some of you said it wasn't like this when you were kids 20 years
Yeah, Kappa.
ago. School was really different. Maybe you couldn't even imagine having some of these conversations. So just want to pose the question to you, and where do we go from here?
I believe that we have to recontextualize the way that we approach education as a society, and specifically how we've kind of started to use education as a political tool. At its core, education serves society. It needs to be a collaborative effort, because if education serves society, society should be investing in education.
We as adults have a lot of work to do, and it's both at kitchen tables and school boards and forums like this. Obviously, literacy is a part of that, and I think there are other parts of that too. But the only way that we can move forward is if, instead of just talking about what do we talk to kids about, I think we have to first get better about how do we talk to each other about this.
I think we have to recenter education about actually preparing.
Dude, imagine having a kitchen table. I don't have a kitchen table. Razor destroyed our kitchen table to make our D&D table.
Preparing young people for the real world and acknowledging the fact that we're not going to have a one-size-fits-all approach that works for every student across America. We have no room and no time, frankly, to teach all these divisive things because we have urban literacy rates that are down in the dumps. When those kids learn how to read, then we can talk about gender theory, CRT. But until we have children who are proficient and above a third grade reading level, and a majority of those kids in cities like Chicago and Detroit, then we don't need to be even having a conversation.
What's the logic here? This guy's just all about the whataboutism, huh?
About whether or not students should be learning.
Yeah, okay, so until we fix everything else with the system, let's not fix one thing from the system. Like, what? I bet this guy loves Jordan Peterson.
Learning about privilege in schools.
Yeah, don't talk about society unless your room is clean, even though I'm writing this book while I'm having a fucking benzo addiction. Like, that type of mentality, dude.
The number one policy thing that I come back to that we must do to improve K through 12 education is to put in school choice at a universal level. It's far too overdue. It will incentivize the public schools to fix a lot of the problems that they have. It'll put the power back into the parent to get.
Why? I think, like, gender theory is arguably more important. Like, how important is math really to you? We're constantly, like, unless you're, like, going into, like, a hyper-specific math field, but that's, like, a basics, like, we have calculators on you all the time that are able to do advanced calculations. Like, it's not really that important if you think about it in your day-to-day life. Not what about him? He's talking about the issue presented. I mean, he's saying, like, okay, well, why don't we fix something else instead of, like, referring. Oh, it kind of looks like we're in the same room with the background. But, like, that's silly. Like, you can care about two things at the same time. Like, it's the argument of, like, oh, well, why don't, instead of, like, worrying about Ukraine, why don't we worry about that train crash in Ohio? Like, you don't have to pick which one you care about more. You can care about two things at the same time. Saying that one is, like, that you shouldn't care about one because of another is silly, to say the least. It's stupid. It's really, really fucking, pointless to even say it because all you're trying to do is just distract from the one point. Doc Systems, I need math? Yeah, but you can just use it on your phone. I mean, I'm not saying, like, just completely get rid of math. I'm just saying it's not, like, that is, like, the most important thing in your life is to be able to do, like, advanced calculus or some shit. I use math every day, balance my finance bills. Who's they? Who's they? Okay, then just teach them how to do that. I mean, I don't feel like it would take that long to teach somebody how to use a calculator. You're not doing, like, sine graphs.
Their child an education that best meets their needs, and I do think that if we're going to build the best generation,
I'm not saying that you can't. You're unironically doing the thing that I'm complaining about. Are you trolling me? I'm saying that obviously those things are important too, but I don't think that one is inherently more important than the other. I would say that in terms of, like, living your day-to-day life, I do think that being aware of, like, gender theory, like, not in depth by any means, is important. as important as math.
Of young people, that we should start with teaching them tolerance, kindness, and active listening before we get into racial privilege theory, gender privilege theory, etc.
I think that it's so important to get back to critical thinking and understanding that the way that we raise the next generation is also, you know, not necessarily staying fixed ourselves. I think you were saying that, you know,
oh my God, stop it. And now I know you're trolling me.
your wife is learning with the kids. And if we continue to learn about, hey, how do we do this better for ourselves? How do we treat each other better? The more that we do that, the better that we will be able to collaborate with people we disagree with. The better that we'll be able to make a curriculum that actually does, you know, speak about the excellence that you're able to do if you, you know, continue to challenge yourself and strive and push forward.
On this panel, a really huge set of diverse opinions. There wasn't really a bad guy. It was, we all wanted the same thing at the end. We just had different ways to get there. So I just think the collaboration is really what I'm taking away, because you can collaborate with anyone.
I'm just saying, I don't remember shit from like math outside of just like being able to add and subtract and stuff. And still I would like double check on a calculator for anything important.
I think we need to make sacrifices for our children's future and prioritize them a bit more today. Aside from that, if you choose the public school route, I'm all for the collaborative effort, but what that needs to look like is parents showing up to the PTA meetings, showing up to the school board meetings, knowing and being inside the classroom and being actively involved.
I'm just imagining like the normal like classroom, right? Like just with like the desks, and then just like a whole like bandstand where the teachers just sitting there staring at their kids learning. It's just a funny image in my head.
Regardless of which route you take.
I think we put too much faith into the education of our children in public education.
I mean, I don't even know why he's here. Like his wife does like the homeschooling. I assume that's why he was able to come and she wasn't. But he must be like an influencer too, I would assume. Rachel Wilson should have been on this fucking panel, dude.
When we should be doing more of that ourselves.
She was wasting her time debating me.
And we need to make sure that we put more power into the parents and empower them to take control of their child's education.
We just need to stop burning down the house. I truly believe that we can save public ed if we stop arguing with each other and start pouring more resources and like really buckling down to save this thing that really in turn saves us as a society. We can do it. We just need to stop chasing all of these like boogeymans that we are just like kind of seeing in the media just to polarize everybody and make everybody so.
I wonder if they purposely were like, yeah, we're not going to talk about the whole like groomer LGBT like libs of TikTok thing, because I feel like that would have come up, but either they cut it or they're just like, yeah, we're not going to talk about it.
So angry. Like we need to stop that and like save what we have, because what we have can be great and we need it.
Okay, I think that will do it for us. Thank you all so
They
much
have a little
for taking
spiel
your
at the end.
time and for sharing your opinions and being so respectful of each other. Really appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
We did it.
You did it. You passed.
Let's go.
Now what?
We get the awards for best panel, and then we get our picture taken.
Excellent.
Yay! Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Got that.
I learned something on the education panel today.
I live in somewhat of an echo chamber, so to be able to break free from that, to learn from new people, learn from new perspectives was really honestly a great experience.
Critical theory should not replace critical thinking.
There's a panelist who believes that, there is a place for critical race theory within our schools. I don't believe that.
What I hope for the future of education is we have parents more involved with their children's education and future.
Smile fight
is like when someone says a point you disagree with, but you can't quite. It's like,
yeah.
So everybody not show these because I feel like whatever. I think the Vice panels are pretty good. I think they're way better than the Jubilee panels have been recently. The feminism one made me wanna lose my shit, but cartels, traffic, drug. Okay, what else do we have on the docket? I think we're done with the Adin Ross. Done with this. I think we have time for one more thing.
Healthcare and therapy.
Oh, wait, why don't I have this open? We have the... Go to my watch later videos. Which one do we want to do? We could do the Vice one. Why are people breaking their legs to get taller? No, I already watched those. We also have Parting with Juggalos and Almost Arrested. Oh, stop. You guys get so pissed off about Hassan. And arguing to keep progress from... Yeah, that's what they do. They're just spoilers. Like, they're just like, obstructionists. Gaslight their potential voters into thinking they're being victimized by people. Yeah, exactly. My Destiny is the ultimate villain. Or we could watch this Flat Earth versus Science video from Jubilee. Or we could get some Ukraine updates from Dylan Burns. This is the whole point of how the government was set up. I mean, they used to duel back in the day. We gotta bring that back. But they have to play, like, Smash or something. Let's do something light. Not that that was super serious, but... Wait. Oh, okay, it's just photosensitive. So, photosensitive MMA? Stop. Trigger warning if you're photosensitive.
Gathering of the Juggalos, baby! Ugh! I'm here on a
Oh my
mission
God.
of dedicating myself
I didn't
to the
think that
gathering.
would last that long.
Gathering of the Juggalos will definitely open...
I assume this is gonna... Okay. Never mind, we're not watching this. This is already too risky. I was not expecting that. Literally flashing.
Predicted how bad it was going to go for the Russians, and the few that were blowing the whistle on the idea that maybe Russia's military might
Escalated very quickly.
held up with a nuclear arsenal, even they would not think that they were going to perform this poorly, or that the Ukrainians would perform this well. So the thing I've been kind of avoiding with all of you guys is that today is the 1-year anniversary of the war. The war in Ukraine. And when we say the war in Ukraine, of course, the war in Ukraine has been going on since 2014.
My dogs are driving me crazy. There's a war in my fucking room happening right now.
February 24th invasion has been going
Get John
on
Van.
for a whole year as of today. That
Wait, is he gonna talk over the music the whole time?
don't realize
Okay. I was like,
how
that's
crazy
untenable.
the
Or,
timeline
I'm not
we're
gonna be able to do
currently
that.
living in right now. That the 3-day Russian military operation has expanded into 365 days of hell for the invading army, where estimates seem to put the amount of Russian casualties between 140,000 to 200,000 as we go into the new year. The Ukrainians are now engaged in a winter offensive to take Bakhmut, which they've been fighting over for 6 to 7 months now, longer than the Battle of Stalingrad. They're trying to take Voldar, and they have failed in drastic fashion, with tanks exploding, with their cover being blown as they try to use smoke.
Maybe I should have waited for him to watch this video. Oh, my dogs want to go out, but I have to go out with them because there's coyote. Okay, since he's just talking kind of at you, I'll just play this for a while. And I'll let the dogs out.
To cover them that failed miserably, that side of the winter offensive, and they're trying to continue pushing to take the rest of the Donbass, which they thought they were going to take in 2 to 3 days. They have not been able to take in 365 days of fighting, and that's not the only goal they have not been able to achieve. They have not been able to achieve Ukraine's demilitarization. In fact, Ukraine is more militarized than ever. They have not been able to stop the expansion of NATO, which was one of the original goals stated by the Russians, as Finland and Sweden are trying their very best to join NATO, with only Turkey standing in the way. And whether or not they're in NATO right now, their inevitable membership within NATO is almost done and guaranteed. Like, eventually there will be some reconciliation with Turkey. They will join NATO. And if they don't, by some miracle, there will still be individual defensive agreements with basically probably the majority of NATO states. It's just a matter of when. It's a matter of when. And that's not even to talk about the Russia's stated goal of this invasion. When we talk about, for example, stopping the abuses of the Russian-speaking population in eastern Ukraine. 21 civilians died in 2021 in eastern Ukraine. It was 21 to 26 civilians, I think. And the majority of them were from mine explosions, not shelling, not active combat, but from IEDs left over from the previous shelling or mines or stuff like that. Happens nowadays too. Every once in a while, somebody in Kiev will blow up from a mine that was left, or a shell that was left, or a rocket that was left. That was the total civilian death count for 2021, before the Russian invasion. So the Russians say they need to stop all those deaths. They need to save the people of eastern Ukraine, invade and kill well over 100,000 to 200,000 civilians. Countless number of civilians that we won't know the total death toll of until this war is over, if we know it then. Because if the Russians don't allow us access into places like Mariupol, a city they leveled to the ground like a parking lot, where bodies were buried in shallow graves, and then had the body parts shot into the air after the graves were dug up by the constant shelling of the Russian military. We found the largest mass grave in Europe. In Izium,
really
over 440 bodies uncovered in Izium. That's not even talking about the mass graves that are waiting for us to uncover in Mariupol, or in all the other locations, or the last 8 years of occupation in the city of Donetsk, where we know torture went on, where we know extrajudicial killings went on, where we know abuses against humanity have gone
Any
on.
proof of that?
We have seen over 15,000 pieces of art stolen from Ukrainian soil, much of it predating the birth of Jesus Christ himself. When we're talking about the Scythian gold that was organized looting, stolen and organized looting by the Russian army. We're not talking about the thousands of children being stolen from Ukraine. There's so many atrocities we need to cover. So much damage done in these years of fighting as the Russian war goals have failed. The Russians have done all of this for naught.
I feel like that takes too much time to be a juggalo.
Pain and suffering for naught. Unless you ask the Ukrainian and they'll ask them why have they bared all the pain and suffering, and they will tell you to keep Ukraine free, for freedom, to uphold the revolution of dignity, also known as the Euromaidan, to fight against the authoritarianism, to fight against 300, 400, 500 years of Russian colonialism and imperialism in Ukraine. Now, I want to read this copy pasta that somebody posted. That I think really kind of boils down.
I said copy pasta to some like normal people. Even though I work in a video game company, I said copy pasta to somebody like completely unironically. Why do you have coyotes? I don't know, because it's Texas. They like roam in packs like just straight down the street. It's fucking nuts. Razor said he saw like 3 of them just like roaming around, because there's also like a really big park, like a big park, with a lot of like hiking trails and stuff like that. It's like a state park or whatever you would call those, and there's not like a lot of like separation between the neighborhood and that park, so they probably like go there during the nighttime and then like come here, or sorry, during the day, and then they come into the neighborhoods looking for like cats or other animals, or like going through people's trashes and stuff, you know. Shoot them in Texas? Well, I mean, that's probably why they come out late at night. Because we're not in a rural like neighborhoods like the suburbs, but there's just like this big ass park, so. All traces of their atrocities in Mariupol, yeah, for months now, are demonstrating the theater they bombed, knowing that they were children's shelters because of Ukraine wrote children on. Yes, that is true. What? No, they wrote it on the roof. He didn't say floor? Oh, we're on the floor. I assume he either means on the pavement outside or on the roof. Because they did do it on the pavement outside. I saw. They probably did both.
Out the last year of fighting
I don't think he meant floor, like the floor of the inside of the building.
That I really think you guys will communicate with. Now I'm reading it off of my phone because the original version's from 4chan, and 4chan used some naughty words, and so I'm taking the naughty words out, and I'm replacing them with non-naughty words because I still think that reframing exactly what we've seen here when we talk about supposedly the second most powerful military in the world, invading Ukraine and failing as drastically as they did. So let's read this. In an alternate universe, day 365 of U.S. invasion of Mexico. U.S. has still not declared war. Mexico City still stands. 1st and 3rd Armored Division ran out of fuel. Destroyed by cholos with RPGs. Footage of Mexican farmers carting off dozens of Abram tanks. U.S. has still not achieved air superiority. The mythical pilot Burro de Tijuana has shot down 7 F-35s. 101st Airborne has taken 80% losses and failed paradrop in Mexico City Airport. The largest American aircraft carrier, USS Gerald Ford, sits at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico.
I guess it's not that Chinese aircraft carrier, though.
Over 70% of the initial force has been killed in action. U.S. has been forced to retreat from Tijuana and Monterrey after Mexican counteroffensives. Distance from the border, 20 kilometers. Mexico has reversed 50% of the initial gains. Draft has been enacted. Over 3 million Americans have fled to Canada. Army has primarily consists of conscripted West Virginian hillbillies and people from South Chicago. U.S.-backed breakaway region of U.S.-backed breakaway region.
Right, but I mean, this is a direct like comparison to like. I think it's kind of important to give like how close, like in proximity they are. You know, like Vietnam is elsewhere, but like this is literally on their border. You know.
Oh god, I suck at Spanish. Of Tijuana forces men to fight with Springfield rifles. Troops have used an A and B symbols on their vehicles, called the new swastika by the world. China provides Mexico with over $100 billion in military aid, none of which is intercepted. UK publicly supports Mexico. Canada and Germany join CSTO. US cruise missile attacks have failed to cut off electricity. Mexican special forces destroy the Golden Gate Bridge. Los Angeles shelled with impunity. Stinger batteries.
That doesn't really make sense though, because the bridge was directly into Ukraine, right?
Installed on the roof of the White House. Former comedian, President of Mexico, Carlos Messina, named Person of the Year with a 95% approval rating. POTUS has not been seen in public for 6 months, rumored to be hiding in Area 51. Guy Fieri, CEO of Blackwater, announces his brigade of Alcatraz convicts has captured the city of Empale. Population 472. U.S. President gives speech on invasion anniversary. Blames war on collective South's use of witchcraft and Latina sexual looseness. Under my administration, over 200,000 new jobs have been created. Mark Milley visibly falls asleep. End of speech. My God, dude, I was dying. I was dying reading this earlier today.
That could be our future, guys.
The reason why we read this.
Invade Mexico. Annex Mexico.
Considering everything that's happened in the last year, some perspective can be quite useful. Because as much as you'll see people try to...
And you guys think I blow up my mic?
Justify the invasion or try to explain away like, oh, copium. Russia, Russia's on the path to victory. It's so clean. It's so clear. Copium. Everything's going to plan. Don't worry about it. Copium. As much as we hear that, if we were to reframe what is happening right now with what was supposedly the world's second most powerful military in Ukraine, with an interconnected highway system connecting them, we're not talking about the American invasion.
You know, Haas backed out of a boxing match with Dylan because he found out that Dylan had boxing experience.
of Iraq, right? Where it's halfway across the world. We're talking about Russia invading a country that you can literally...
It's not as fun without the tanky here.
...drive over the border into, right? You can drive over the border into. And they're having this much problem. And when you reframe that and include the United States and Mexico instead of, say, you know, the American invasion of Iraq or something else, it really can put you into perspective how humiliating this is for the Russian military, how much we overestimated the Russian military's ability, and how much damage has been done to the Russian military with, I would say, while a lot of people try to talk about 100 billion, oh, that's so much. Relatively speaking, when you talk about the amount of damage that has been done and how effective it has been, quite cost-effective aid shipments, which none of these aid shipments have been able to been interrupted by what was supposedly the second most powerful military in the world. No air superiority. Could you imagine we had tried to invade Mexico and we were unable to achieve air superiority? Could you imagine? We were unable to beat Mexico, and we get Guy Fieri or some other person to start recruiting prisoners from Alcatraz and sending them to the front lines. Could you imagine? Could you imagine any of this? No, you couldn't. It would be it's completely bizarre and foreign to you. Because we know, even though the United States has a lot of criticism of it, it has an upstanding military force when it comes to its performance. Maybe not when it comes to all the times the ethical practices, but when it comes to how it performed during the invasion of Iraq. It performed quite well in achieving its goals, its original goals, not the occupation. And to try to compare and contrast what Russia just went through in the last year with any other military force on the planet is impossible. It's laughable. It's laughable. If China invaded Taiwan and had a similar performance to Russia, it's hard to imagine that there would not be Chinese businessmen falling from rooftops as we see in Russia right now. It's hard to imagine we would not see hirings and firings and hirings and firings left and right.
That is Putin's favorite thing, is to throw people off of rooftops.
Left and right, left and right. When it comes to Chinese generals and how they managed the war. I mean, it would be pretty embarrassing. Somebody saying counterpoint Vietnam. That is true. That is true. That is true. I will say though, there is a difference in the nature of the war in Vietnam and the more open in the field war that's going on in Ukraine. There is no nation in the world's military that could probably, like, head to head, same geography, that could stand up to the United States military and head on combat. But that's also why the Viet Cong didn't do that. That's also why the Taliban didn't do that. Russia, supposedly being the second most powerful military in the world, was supposed to be able to do that to every other military in the world besides the United States. But
I hate when people just message me stuff and I might have asked for it. Like, literally, it's just like a Twitter link. Oh my God, I hate myself for clicking on this. Sorry.
Ukraine, I think in like the world ranking chart was like 24, 25. Not to like punch down on Ukraine or anything. I'm just saying that leading into this war, the Russian bear was mighty. Very mighty. I mean, do you guys remember Obama's response to the initial Russian invasion when he said we're not invading, as Russian soldiers crossed into Crimea, they held politicians at gunpoint, and the little green men did the work before the...
It was just about wealth inequality. I think it was a decent point. I just don't know the context of it because it was... Wait, when was that sent? Over an hour ago.
Annexed Crimea before shipping weapons into the Donbass, sending soldiers in, and backing up the rebels for the last 8 years of fighting. Do you think we would have done differently? Obama would have done and reacted differently to Russia's aggression back then if they knew how Russia performed now in warfare? I don't know. It's a bunch of kind of like shoulda, coulda, woulda questions you can ask yourself. But what I do know is that if you were to tell anybody that this is how the war was gonna...
At least we know in America our shit is pretty cracked, you know? Like, we have what we say we have, and I'm sure more, where I think Russia is just, like, lying about it.
Before the February 24th invasion, anybody in the world, they would laugh in your face. There might be a few Ukrainians here and a few Ukrainians there, right? And people in Ukraine who would have said, no, we'll fight, we'll withstand, we'll be able to win, we'll be able to push on. But if you were to ask anybody outside of Ukraine, none of them would have told you they would have performed this well. And the few that would have said that, no, they'll be able to, hold off the Russians, very few of them would have said they would have been able to perform so well. When I went to Kharkiv, I remember talking to people about what did they expect when the invasion happened. And even the most hopeful people had, questions about whether Kharkiv would be captured, but it wasn't. The Russians underperformed in every metric. There was not a single metric or goal that the Russians were able to meet. We are 365 days into the war, and the Russians are not close to capturing the Donbass. They still, even if they would have captured Bakhmut, which they seem to semi be on the path to, they still have to capture Kramatorsk and another city as well. They are no closer to getting any of their original war objectives. And of all the territory they captured initially, over 50% of it has been recaptured by the Ukrainian military. The Russians are engaged in a winter offensive right now. There might be a spring offensive for the Russians as well, but they're also going to have to face down a...
I love these seasonal offensives. I mean, they just sound like clothing lines. I mean, I know they're obviously incredibly serious military operations, but like, just the terms being like that just sounds funny to me.
Possible Ukrainian counteroffensive in the spring as well. The Russians are in a state right now where it's a make or break state. Whether they're going to be able to, get into this grinding war of attrition and come out on top, where they can scrape away some concessions, that is yet to be seen. But the Ukrainians have outperformed every single goal.
Well, their game plan was that, that the Ukrainians would have been like frozen out. So, I mean, that kind of seemed like that was their big, like, I think Russia's on their last legs, dude, when it comes to, like, being able to continue this.
The world has set for them in relation to this war.
The West,
They've done
Russia
it when it comes to the
invaded.
Kharkiv counteroffensive.
What? No, they would have 100% invaded. It doesn't matter. Unironically, consists of seeding waves of vehicles to drive through minefields at one after... Wait, really? This is what I'm saying. Remember when we were looking at military hardware? Like, they don't even have those, like, mine clearing things that we saw. Has to fight at all costs. I mean, they're looking weaker every single day. Like, sometimes you just gotta, like, it's like a sunken cost fallacy type of thing. It's like, just cut your losses. I'm good, Dina. How are you? A little tired, so we might do a little bit of a shorter stream, but we'll go a little bit longer.
They've done it when it comes to the Kherson counteroffensive. They've done it when it came to protecting Kiev. They've done it on
PR. I think
every
my
single
power.
metric.
But yeah, I still think he looks
I'm
so
hoping
weak.
to see them do it again when it comes to 2023 and them shocking the...
I mean, nothing looks weaker on a person than, like, continuing something that is just fucking over their own country. Like, for, like, your own ego.
World again with new successful counteroffensive and counter operations across the country, liberating more territory. Who knows how it will go? I want to be hopeful, but I also do not want to fill my brain with childish fantasy that how the world works is the good guy always wins, quote unquote, and the bad guy always loses. Like this is a Marvel movie or this is a fairy tale. So I want to stay realistic, but I do want you guys to know that what we have seen in the last year was,
blind from more
according
and more
to most
control
analysts,
they're putting,
basically
what, the
impossible.
Russians are putting in place?
No one predicted how bad it was going to go for the Russians.
Yeah,
and
I mean, that is true.
Were blowing the whistle on the idea that maybe Russia's military might, in large part, be a paper tiger held up with a nuclear arsenal.
The West.
Even they would not think.
Yeah, they're the ones who made Putin invade, definitely. Like, Putin was in a way better situation when they were just occupying the goddamn it, I said it again, Crimea. Because Ukraine cannot join NATO if they were just occupying Crimea. That was never a thing. In the charter for fucking NATO, that was like a thing. You can't have current occupation or like a war on your borders to join NATO, so they were already in a good spot. I don't know why they would escalate this if it wasn't like a land grab. You can't barely believe what you see. They attack in lines of armored vehicles, and the one in the front drives over a mine, and the rest don't stop. They just try to pass the blown up vehicle just to drive. I think I've seen those. That was from like early on in the war, though. I'm not sure if it's the same video that you're talking about, but I did see a video that's like that. Situation the West was courting. Who gives a shit? What I mean, Ukraine is its own place, dude. They like wanted to be democratic. Where is the most democratic place? The West.
That they were going to perform this poorly, or that the Ukrainians would perform this well.
Just like how Japan attacked Pearl Harbor? What? Ukraine is next. What? What's your point? Wait, so they're still doing the same things? I saw at the beginning of the war they were doing that, and they're still doing it. Oh my god. They don't give a shit about their people, dude. It's so fucked. Investigated Pearl Harbor. Wait, they instigated how? Literally how? Are you gonna say because we just like didn't want to supply Japan with oil anymore? That was instigating? Are you fucking serious? Oh. They are doing it again? That's nuts.
The Russians completely overestimated their own ability. What exactly made them...
Dude, the Russians lost like 8 generals in like the first month.
Start this invasion is still unknown. And that's...
Why is an oil embargo inviting a attack on their soil? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, you don't want to support a country that's being actively fighting your allies. Like, what? What, embargoes or like... Okay, I feel like this is like some...
That's stuff that we're only going to learn possibly decades after this
yes,
invasion.
Everyone
what
does
motivated
that.
it really behind closed doors? Did they think that the Ukrainians would actually welcome them with open arms? That some Ukrainian...
Yeah, they did not want to even join the war directly. The public opinion was in favor. Well, I mean, like, then it doesn't matter.
Russian oligarch, I mean, the Ukrainian oligarchs that were aligned with Moscow might have made them believe through gathering...
Okay, but you understand, though, that the U.S. was doing the exact same thing that they're doing with Ukraine. If you're talking about we were sending them weapons, like the U.S. was sending, like, you know, both the Soviet Union and, like, you know, the Allied forces. I mean, same thing, I guess, but like England. They were sending England like weapons and military equipment, and they just didn't have boots on the ground at that point. What do you mean? Yes, it's happening again, as in that we're just supporting it. So if Russia's gonna attack us, then we're gonna get boots on the ground. What is your point? The only reason that we did that was because they fucking attacked us. So if you want to say what's going to happen again, then if Russia attacks the United States, yeah, we're going to fucking put boots on the ground. But until that happens, we're not doing it. Dictating war on their terms again? What do you mean? In World War II, they weren't not on the United States' terms. We were just supporting an ally. Like, you know that, like, Ukraine's getting, like, munitions from, like, the entire world. Like Morocco is giving them shit. France is giving them shit. Like, Germany is giving them shit. Like, they're getting stuff from everywhere. It's not just America. Went the way the U.S. wanted? Yes. It went the way that, we fucking killed the Nazis. Right? We're killing the Nazis. Our neighbor's dog barked. Stop. No, it's probably coyotes. Until the right opportunity? Okay. But why? Like, I mean, it's not really the same because if we're talking about like defending your own country, we're like, what do we get from that? Yeah, you just fucking want to cook and give like Ukraine to Russia. Has no choice. What? Can somebody translate what he's trying to say?
Tell?
Can't feel safe
Did
unless
they
it's
really
on their
believe
terms.
that
What?
the whole country would collapse in 3 days? Did they really believe that the Ukrainian military had not improved that much over the last 8 years of fighting and they had not prepared themselves? Did they really believe that the West was not going to respond with large amounts of aid if the Ukrainians were able to drag this out? What did they really how did they really think this was going to go, and what exactly were their underlying motivations? That stuff we're going to have to find out way after this war is over. But no matter what you believe about what the Russians' original goals were, what exactly made them carry out this invasion, how they thought it was going to go, no matter how you analyze this, the Russians are underperforming. Their original plan, whatever it may have been, has not come to fruition, and the Ukrainians have overperformed. And I'm hoping for a whole new year of that being the standard line as well, of that being what we're seeing as well. I really am. What is that going to rely on? What is it that is going? What is it that can send Ukraine on that path? It's going to have to be largely down to not only smart planning from the Ukrainian side for offensive operations and the Zaporozhye Oblast and for counteroffensive operations to retake large swaths of territory, but it's also going to be heavily reliant on the Western will to back Ukraine. This is not something.
I mean, kinda. I mean, China and India are basically like fighting each other right now anyways. The US really has no need of world conflict at the moment, but it still instigates and supports them because there's really nothing else to do at the top. That's your logic? There's nothing else to do at the top? They didn't instigate this. How did they instigate Russia invading Ukraine? If the Ukrainians would have gotten like bulldozed over, we would not have been supporting them the way that we are. But we're like, for one time in our fucking history, we're actually doing the right thing. It doesn't matter what our motives are. By doing business with Ukraine. So we're instigating every thing that Russia does bad. By like we do business around the world. We do business with China. Are we instigating a war between Russia and China by doing business with China? Offering them NATO support? NATO's not just the United States, my dude. And we're offering them that now. We didn't let them join NATO. As I said earlier, they were not allowed to join NATO. Because they were in the position of having Crimea. Yeah, they never offered them a spot either. No, there's no fucking evidence that the United States caused a coup. Like, do you think that, like, Black Lives Matters was, like, made by, like, CIA ops? Like, you just not believe in the entire concept of the people getting pissed off and protesting because the dictatorship that they're or the puppet government that they're living under is literally killing your friends that are also protesting next to you? Wasn't for the Russian issue. Yeah, and they should have joined years ago. Russia wouldn't be invading them then. Yeah. The state of the country 2014 was only so hectic because of the investment into anti-Russian sentiment. Okay, so there's no possible other reason besides the United States that maybe the Ukrainian people wouldn't want to live under a puppet government that didn't actually have their own interests and it was being... But, like, do you ever, like, switch your logic here with Russia being America? Like, I feel like you would just be like, no, it's cool then. Was a joke? Okay. I don't know what your point is with saying that. Oh, I think it's dark because outside. You want to move more Western others that are not. Love to do what the USA is doing. Why? What is the USA doing? You would love to send aid to a country that's being invaded unjustly. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Like, I don't know why, like, you think the US is, like, responsible for everything. Like, you know you're a person, right? Like, you have your own opinions on things. You think, like, everything that you, like, your pro-Russia sentiment, is that also caused by the United States? Like, did they get into your mind? Like, are they hacking your brain? Like, why do you think that you're able to have your own independent thoughts, but nobody else is? Yeah, it's like, they're like brainwash, like mind beaming, like not like with propaganda, just directly mind beaming. Like, you think that Americans can like fucking be consistent at all with their propaganda? But what actions can I take? Well, if you're saying that they did the Euromaidan protests, then I guess you could overthrow governments. But you don't think that that's an independent thing. You think that's just America told them to do it. So why don't they just Oh shit, you can see the logs? I forgot I could do this on this. I forgot I'm using a Chatterino. What do you mean by really? What do you mean what I want, like, in what context are we talking? What actions can you take? I could do actually accomplish? Well, the Euromaidan protests got a lot done. They fucking made Yanukovych like leave or whatever. I fucking always forget his name. We can only go along. Okay, so you don't have independent thought. Got it.
That I can say is like, hey, it's an end game. Russia's collapsing. Yada yada. It's over. We can all like shake hands and like pat each other on the back.
Be my guest.
Well, Ukraine has done the impossible in holding off the Russian invasion. They have to do the impossible again in pushing back the Russian occupiers. Something they have been unable to do in the last 8 years of fighting.
What do you mean?
But now with Western backing, maybe they can pull off this Hail Mary after pulling off 100 other Hail Marys in the last year. But if they want to do it, the very least they're going to need to be able to achieve that goal is Western equipment. We're going to need to have to up Western ammunition production. And countries like South Korea, they're going to need to produce more artillery shells. Same with Japan. Same with the United States. We're going to have to send Western armor that's going to have to act as the tip of the spear. We're going to have to make...
He's Canadian, so...
sure that Ukrainian crews are trained on this new equipment that's being sent over. We're going to need to make sure that Ukrainian artillery guns, which are going to be working sometimes 24/7, are going to be able to replace the gun barrels, as they possibly will melt down from the amount they're going to have to use them to carry out this type of a successful invasion. We're going to have to make sure that the HIMARS that have torn apart Russian logistics are well supplied. We're going to have to make sure that the Ukrainians have the longer range missiles that are going to be necessary to take out the bridge connecting the Russian mainland, the rest of Russia, to Crimea, if there is to be an offensive in Crimea to retake the peninsula. And it's going to be useful in just damaging Russian logistics and undercutting the Russian supply lines are going to be essential for any Ukrainian offensive operations in the near future. We're going to need to be sure that we're not waiting too long to try to carry out these types of offensive operations, because the truth of the matter is that the longer these positions can entrench, the harder it's going to be to...
Speech is being suppressed because the majority supports this, and the privacy is gone because of big tech. And oh my god, are you just like, now you're that guy? And obedience has been tested with the COVID pandemic, and soon the population will be disarmed for whatever reason to put forth. What? It's clipped here. What are you saying? All right, you've gone off the rails, dude. Having a chill Sunday. Glad to hear it. God damn it, dogs. Stop. It's just Zerka. This is you guys right now. Zerka's outside, and this is you guys coming to me. Like I can do something. No better way to rule. You're not even saying anything. What are you talking about? He's over to. I don't even understand what you're saying. Speech is suppressed where? In America? Because the majority supports this? What is this? And privacy is gone because of big tech, and obedience has... Okay, because of big tech? Sure. Obedience has been tested with the COVID pandemic. I don't know what the fuck that means. And soon the population will be disarmed for whatever reason. So you don't even have a reason. You mean like you think that you honestly think that Americans are gonna like get disarmed? That is delusional. The upper capitalist class, they're the ones that are gonna be disarmed? Or they're the ones that speech is being suppressed? The bags at the top? Oh my god. Alright, I'm just gonna stop paying attention to what you're saying.
Out. If you look at the front line right now, let's see if we can pull up the
you
front
need to
line
explain
map.
this
Pull up quick.
line by line for me to understand what you're saying.
If you pull up this frontline map and you come here, this line right here in the red, this is all land that was already controlled by the Russians before the invasion, right here. That's what this red line is right here. And if you see here that a lot of land has not been captured along that red line, where if you look all across here, a lot more has. And the reason that is that over the last 8 years of fighting, locations like New York, Ukraine, real place, by the way. Real place. Have been entrenched over 8 years of fighting, making it very difficult for the Russians to capture it. But that's also true on the other side of the equation, where the Russians have worked very hard to entrench positions like the city of Donetsk.
I mean, to be fair, with guns, a lot of places, if you live in like bumfuck nowhere, it is very understandable to have a gun.
Which have been controlled by rebels and the Russian proxy state in Ukraine over the last 8 years. So the longer this war goes on...
All I know is the Immortals must be having a ball watching all of us mortals prepared to... Okay.
The longer time is available for the Russians and the Ukrainians to entrench their positions. And while that helps it, makes it so the Russians can't really take much more land, it also makes it so the Ukrainians can't take back much land. And it's going to be harder for them to fight. And so... as much as I can say, like, times, when it comes to the will to fight, time might be on Ukraine's side. When it comes to the practicality of taking back territory, time is of the essence. And so this year is going to be a major year in the war in Ukraine. It's going to be a major year for counteroffensives. It's going to be a major year for the war of attrition to see if the Russians are able to grind down the Ukrainians enough to make the front line snap.
No, gun ownership is important because obviously, like, defending your land if, like, animals. And more than anything, like, to defend yourself against, like, those fucking asshole conservatives that want to, like, shoot up gay bars, dude. I don't like that it's the way that we live in, but it's like... yeah, exactly. Or New Palestine in Ohio. I know it's, like, pronounced, like, Palestine or something like that, but... yeah, like a man when he's some sort of pussy.
Or if they're going to grind themselves down enough to
make
their
own
frontline snap. And exactly how the rest of the war is going to go is going to be defined in the next 12 months of fighting. Because the war might not be over in the next year.
There's plenty of places that are incredibly free that have low gun rates, so I don't know if you think about the things before you say things.
Right? This year didn't end in a year. It might not end in 2. But this war is going to have the defining characteristics for how it's going to go for the rest of it over this year. Whether it's going to become...
I just have claymores all over my property.
A 3, 4, 5 year long war with entrenched...
both the sword and the tripwire.
Positions where they're shelling each other constantly like it's World War I, or we're going to see the large-scale counteroffensives like we saw in Kharkiv that shocked observers as it came out of nowhere and blasted through the Russian front line, or if we're going to see the Russian grinding down tactics, these tactics of attrition, help the Russians try to achieve some of their goals, like capturing Kramatorsk and Slavyansk and trying to take back territory
like New York
that they lost in recent counteroffensive operations. I I don't know exactly how the war is going to go in the future. I know how I want it to go. I know how I want to see the Ukrainians smash through the Zaporozhye front line, liberating locations like...
Oh my god. The gay topic is highlighted as in contention with the way that the media keeps being it up, and the fact mental issues are at all-time high because the lack of... Well, I mean, I just think like I think like therapy should be free.
Metsiopol and Novokakovka and all these other locations, but this doesn't just depend upon luck or just a sheer will of the Ukrainian peoples. It depends on the Western will
this doesn't even
to
make any
supply
sense.
Ukraine with the tools necessary in order for them to win the war.
The
Ukrainians are willing to do the dying necessary to win their liberation struggle. It is up to us as nations like Germany, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Czechia, Bosnia, all the nations of the nations of the world. I need to make sure I include Bosnia, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, United States, Canada, all these nations. It is up to all of us.
This is what I'm saying. You have a fundamental misunderstanding. Like, it's just capitalism when it comes to like the culture war. Like, you think that Fox News is directly like you look at our like major news groups in the United States, like, we can't agree on anything, dude. That's why like we can't really have the same effective propaganda that like Russia has, because it's like we don't have like a consistent narrative because we're constantly arguing like we're doing right now.
Us to make sure that they have the tools necessary to win. The Russians are staggered.
No, don't take away the video games.
They're panicking. And they're throwing everything they can at the board now. They're putting all their pieces on the board as they grind their army down.
We don't put military to protect our kids what are you talking about, dude? You are off the rails. Get back on the rails. I know you're 15 drinks in, but maybe like have some water.
It's now up to us to finish the job. Dylan should do freestyle rap. I'm not very good. I'm not very good at rapping. Anyway, there you go. There's your 1-year anniversary message.
I feel for the gun rights people. The kids are left open to be shot. Okay, even though none of about this issue about 25 years ago. I don't really think people were really having... Okay, you said you want the military. What the fuck do you want the military to do? You want the military to be in schools? Like, what? That's how you're off. Well, we don't put military to protect our kids. You think that the military should be... It's obvious. What are you talking about? Wait, so you think the school shootings are lies? You're an Alex Jones fan by chance? Bro, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. God, I can hear Zarka talking. I don't want to hear his conversation. Isn't this a serious issue? I heard there's school shootings every day this year. I don't know if that's true, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. Any comment leader not use military to do what? To do what? What do you want them to do? Just be stationed at every school? Like, that's so impractical. They have security guards already. Good guys with guns don't stop bad guys with guns. It doesn't work. These people have armed security guards. They already have armed security guards. You need like an army person to like student like ratio that's like exactly 1-to-1. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. He didn't stop the Uvalde shooter. All of those police officers there, they didn't stop the Uvalde shooter. Come on, dude. Okay, this is a short one. Apparently this lizard caused a murder.
I pulled that face off.
Like,
and
group of trained military at each school. Okay. Really? You really think that's going to be effective? You don't think that it's more likely that they accidentally shoot a student? Because that happens with security guards. Armed security guards. It's not effective. The military has like never been effective. Like the only time that I've ever used it is like the National Guard with like the Little Rock 9. And that was one specific like place. You can't just have them there like all fucking day, dude. You know, like most people in the military like do stuff during the day. They're not just like sitting around with guns. Do you know how many students get shot? Could you use one kid getting shot by accident as an example? Students are assaulted by security guards. We were just talking about the whole school to prison thing. Oh, okay. You see your side. What do you mean? You'll go to the ends of Earth to fight this? I'm just Googling something. I'm not going very far. You're the one going insanely far. Yeah, I know. I'm very much running out of interest. What is nolo.com? Oh, this is a personal injury lawyer. Oh my god. Awarded $6 million. Yikes. That's probably not the right wording for what I'm looking for. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm over it. That guarding our schools will— What do you mean they already do that? And it doesn't work! How many schools do you think exist? Do you think, like, literally, how many military personnel would you need per school? They need to be there all day. Who's paying for that? Mic peeking. I don't know why I can't seem to fix it. I'll look into it later. Oh my god! Oh my god! I think it's fine because Zerka's out there. I don't think that coyotes are gonna get him. Our military budget can handle it. I don't think that would be in our military budget. It would be the National Guard, which is not the same thing that I think you're thinking it is. Oh, I'm so bored of this.
This guy, like...
You saying she said who's paying for it, like you think anyone in this chat is gonna agree with you, is very funny.
Doesn't even look real.
This little tooth that sticks out here.
Fans claim they saw Justin Bieber turn into a giant reptile.
In simple terms,
oh, shit. This is probably what you believe. This is the lizard people.
The predator race.
Just to be clear, there's no evidence that an alien race of 12 feet tall, blood-drinking reptilian humanoids secretly controls the world.
Are the allegations true that you're secretly a lizard? I'm gonna have to go with no.
Still,
I don't believe
this
it.
conspiracy theory is driving some people to murder.
Their father confessing to authorities that he
How do you measure your blood pressures? I guess you'd have to get one of the arm things.
killed them. He believed his children possessed serpent
Find out
DNA.
with kids getting shot. Exactly.
He grabbed me and he told me, "You press this trigger." Oh my god! He's dead. He's dead.
A lot of conspiracy theories claim there's some secret shadowy force clandestinely controlling world events. But who exactly is pulling the strings? The Freemasons? The Illuminati? To a small but vocal group, the culprits are lizards.
Oh no! Chill. Thank you for this up.
They're feeding off humanity. They've turned humanity into a slave race. They demand human sacrifice.
One small 2013 survey estimated around 4% of Americans believe the Earth is ruled by evil reptilians. And if you've personally never seen any lizard people walking around, well, that's because, as the theory goes, these aliens are shapeshifters.
The Queen and Prince Philip
are
not human.
They shapeshift from human form into lizard form.
How do I know you're not a lizard person then?
According to believers, most prominent politicians, business people, and celebrities are secretly reptiles.
So the core tenets of the reptile alien conspiracy theory are that a group of lizard-like humanoid aliens, often said to be from the planet Alpha Draconis, came to Earth in ancient
That is definitely like a green text.
times and have
Post.
either intermarried with humans or simply taken human form in order to pose as our leaders.
Need tunes into my stream while watching stuff about lizard people. Oh my god. I don't want to get in on that lawsuit. I used to have a picture of Alex Jones with. Oh wait, I shouldn't. Why is that opening up on my right monitor? This is my main one. I have it somewhere. It doesn't matter. My friend Clint ran into Alex Jones at the Ren Fair last year.
Take control.
I was there. I was trying to find him,
and
but
if we step out of line, they murder us.
That's how much Bill Gates is a reptilian. He was just shape-shifting,
God.
growing a big-ass long tail.
And online, lizard hunters scour images of famous people looking for moments
Lizards
when
are here, people!
drop their human disguises.
His two bottom teeth remind me of snake teeth.
oh my god. 15 drinks in. This is you. This is you. Do you understand how like psychotic this looks?
Like, look at how the face like lays on the head. What? This shit looks like. Whoa! What the?
It's a filter, you fucking dumb bitch.
See the neck. See the ridges. The bone comes all the way across. Stops here.
Sherry Shriner was one of the most popular online reptile sleuths.
Just a poor woman who lives in the backwoods of Ohio.
Online cult leader?
Mankind, kill
Oh my god, I want to make a cult.
off the aliens.
But Shriner didn't just analyze celebrity faces. She was also a prophet of doom, an apocalyptic preacher spreading the reptile gospel to an audience of tens of thousands through platforms like Facebook.
Taylor Swift
and
is our
YouTube.
current president.
Look at YouTube. Type in reptilian humans or reptilian shapeshifters or cloned humans. This is stuff I've been hammering about for over a decade.
According to
What's
her,
their end game,
not
though?
only were actors
This
and
always typically goes back to the Jews somehow, but we'll see.
world leaders secret serpents, but most humans,
Secret serpent.
including your own friends and family, could not be trusted.
Most of the people we're looking at are fakes. Out of every 4 humans, only 1 is real, has real human DNA.
She demanded money and devotion from her followers, and eventually, Shriner
If that's true, like this is what I'm saying. I don't understand these people conspiracy endgame. It's like, okay, so even if that is true, what? So?
began to face allegations that she was running a cult. Maybe the first sign that something was wrong was the death of Kelly Pengilly in 2012.
Bro, you're already there.
The
with the
22-year-old
things that you
died of
say.
an apparent suicide, seeming to believe her demise would somehow aid Shriner's cosmic war against
Yeah.
evil. Pengilly's loved ones blamed Shriner for their loss.
I think Sherry Shriner is a predator. And like the epitome of evil.
Things would really come to a head 5 years later in 2017, when one of Shriner's followers killed another.
911, where's your emergency?
He grabbed me and he told me, "You press this trigger." Oh my God! He's dead. He's dead.
The woman convicted of what some called a cult murder is sentenced in Monroe County today.
I mean, it's crazy that they're saying this stuff about me. Reptilian man killer.
It all started when Shriner turned on Barbara Rogers, a follower.
She started calling me a reptile. She started attacking me because I wasn't worshiping her the way everybody else was. That's what she wanted, was worship.
This created a rift between Rogers and boyfriend Stephen Mineo, a major devotee of Shriner's.
Sherry Shriner really fucked my head up. I've been supporting her for 14 years. I had suicidal thoughts. I felt like killing myself over this.
On July 15, 2017, Rogers killed Mineo with his own gun.
He took the gun and started putting it into my hand. He goes, "Here, take it. Point it at me. Point it." He just starts grabbing
So
it.
she killed the guy that was talking. Where was that voice memo from?
Saying, he put it in my hand and he goes, "Point it at me and shoot it right now."
Rogers claimed Mineo wanted to kill himself and had dragged her into his suicidal moment. She was convicted of third-degree murder and sentenced to 15 to 40 years in prison.
Dude, Vice, you're really fucking making this difficult, dude. Hold on, let me, it's probably fine, but you're not really supposed to show blood. I'm gonna skim the rest of this. Okay, I think that's the only thing that was bad. Bro, between this and like the Juggalo video, I gotta be more careful with watching Vice stuff.
There was little accountability for Sherry Schreiner, the couple's online prophet. She died of a heart attack in 2018, still claiming Rogers was a reptile or a clone.
Already reported. Oh, shit.
This was far from the only case.
It'll be in solidarity then. I'll start streaming on YouTube with Durga.
of violence involving conspiracy theories about alligator men. Take Isaiah Gentry, an Arizona teen who stabbed his dad in 2020.
Police
20 times. Rid his father's body of shape-shifting reptiles. Wait, so wouldn't his dad be the reptile? If it's a shapeshifter, like, so he's part reptile. Like, and the consistency of their...
told them he tried to kill his father because a, quote, shape-shifting reptile had taken over.
Or Bucky Wolf, who in 2019 claimed God told him his brother was turning into a lizard.
A 26-year-old Seattle man is in jail after prosecutors say he
I
killed
don't
his
know.
brother Sunday night, stabbing him in the head with a sword.
Or...
Bro! 15 drinks in, you are so close to this being your reality.
Anthony Quinn Warner, who in 2020 set off a bomb in Nashville, Tennessee on Christmas Day, killed...
I'm gonna move that off screen for a second.
Killing himself and injuring 8 others.
Oh my god, you just gonna fucking show
Days
that?
before the bombing, he'd sent packages
Thank god I moved it off, that was way worse.
and letters to friends explaining his belief in lizard conspiracy theories.
Okay, they were good.
Warner wrote, they put a switch into the human brain so they could walk among us and appear human.
And if you are a
For what purpose?
person who is prone to violence, who's prone to conspiracy theories, you're going to look at this reptile elite as part of the
Yeah, you
New
don't.
World Order.
You need
part
to
of
you need to look at the comparison between your ideology and the way you think and these fucking lizard believing people or whatever.
the state that is controlling you, that's keeping you down, and you're going to fight back against it. So what you have in these killings are people who feel like they're
Yeah, the people from the Bible are also equally stupid.
genuinely fighting for humanity. They're
And body
protecting
snatchers.
themselves, protecting their families by taking action against these
Is
lizard
body snatchers the one that's like or something like that?
aliens.
The first lizard conspiracy death was probably the 1999 murder of Gurley Chu
True.
Hosenkopf, a New Mexico bank teller.
To this day, her body has not been found.
Her estranged husband, Diesen Hosenkopf, and his new girlfriend were actually pro-reptilian, allegedly believing they'd be rewarded if they helped the aliens enslave humanity. Part of proving they were worthy involved killing Gurley Chu.
When you decide you're going to commit murder, you decide that you're going to...
This is such cult core, we'll call it, as a style. He looks like exactly like Ranieri from Nexium. It was like the same hairstyle and the glasses and stuff.
trade your life for theirs. I did that.
The two killers, who were sentenced to life in prison, met at a David Icke conference.
And he is gonna go down in history as a
Oh, I thought that was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
legend. David Icke!
Thank you. Icke, a former sports announcer from the UK, is the granddaddy of today's reptilian lore. After declaring himself the son of God on
More like David Icke, am I right?
television in 1991, Icke became a prolific writer on conspiracy theories and otherworldly topics.
They demand human sacrifice.
I am not still streaming.
That's where Satanism comes in.
He introduced his version of the reptilian conspiracy in the 90s.
This extraterrestrial race interbred with humanity, creating
Dude,
hybrid bloodlines.
Icke's critics have pointed out that much of his reptilian vision seems to be plagiarized from the 1983 miniseries V.
The visitors were lying. They were not like us. They were not our friends.
Not to mention, Ike's version seemed to just put a scaly new skin on one of the oldest conspiracy theories out there.
I love whatever's happening here. This weird pause frame.
Hello, this is Loki, and I'm here to present to you a paper entitled Jewish Reptilians.
We called it! We called it! It always goes back to the Jews. Oh my god, every fucking conspiracy theory. What is with it? I wish I was as popular as the fucking Jews were. What the fuck?
Think about it. A foreign threat hidden among the populace, drinking human blood and controlling the media.
It's always anti-Semitic. It always is.
While the idea of lizard humanoids is not inherently anti-Semitic, all of the tropes that it uses are the same ones often used by conspiracy theories that posit Jewish power at the very top of the global elite.
So it's probably not surprising these theories started bleeding into right-wing communities.
Yeah, maybe we should just let them win then.
And showing up at the outer fringes of the QAnon movement.
Both the cabal or the deep state that's posited by QAnon and the reptile elite
every time
lizard conspiracy theory, they have the same function. They control everything. They're hiding in plain sight. They're doing terrible things, particularly to
well, if they're already in charge, you know.
So it is absolutely no surprise when a Q believer will have already believed in the lizard people conspiracy when they find Q, or they find Q and then they find the lizard people conspiracy.
One of the most tragic
I don't really have a
cases
place to
of
put a
QAnon
flag.
reptilians colliding is that of a California man named Matthew Coleman.
A surf school owner with ties to San Diego is accused of murdering his 2 toddlers.
He believed his children possessed serpent DNA.
Police say he admits killing the children and hiding their bodies in
Person doing OBS over here?
Mexico.
On August 9th, 2021, Matthew Coleman killed his 2-year-old son, Kaleo, and 10-month-old daughter, Roxy, with a spearfishing gun. He and his wife, Abby, had been researching QAnon conspiracy theories online together.
Coleman allegedly told authorities he was receiving visions and signs revealing that his wife possessed serpent DNA and had passed it on to his children.
After his arrest, he told FBI agents he'd killed them to save the world. He'd first learned about reptilians from David Icke's Twitter account.
So these influencers, they know that they are appealing to people who are unbalanced, people who are angry.
Yeah, maybe he's the lizard. Do you ever think about it? Do you ever think about maybe it's him that was the true lizard? The true conspiracy is the lizards we meet along the way.
People who are armed in many cases and looking.
Let me suggest a video. Is it short? But I'm looking to end soon.
For a target for their rage. So they do bear responsibility and they do bear accountability.
The reptilian narrative is alluring because it offers an explanation for the suffering in this world. Rather than facing
I'm sure that is not how surfers reproduce either.
man's own capacity for evil, for some people, it might be simpler to believe our problems are caused by literal monsters. The truth is that lizard people can't hurt you or your loved ones, but believing in lizard people definitely can.
Spoken like a lizard person.
A couple of weeks ago, I attended a town hall meeting in Mountain Air, New Mexico. I intentionally said cuss words and things that I
Is this the guy?
thought some people might be personally offended by. The only reason I did this is because people from the town had told me that Peter Nieto had tried to censor their speech in previous meetings. Now, to be
I like this building they're meeting in. It looks nice. Looks like a dojo almost.
fair, I don't have any firsthand knowledge that Peter did or didn't censor someone's speech, but I decided I would put it to the test myself. I put a link to that original video in the
Wait,
description.
hold on. Is he gonna say something really bad? No, I think it wouldn't.
Below. Sure enough, I ended up saying a word that Peter Nieto didn't want me to say.
Is this guy just gonna say the N-word? Are you fucking trolling me with this? I swear to God, I'm gonna ban you if he says the N-word.
He told me that he would like me not to speak like that, and I asked him what he would do if I didn't stop. He said that he would adjourn the meeting. Due to the fact that there were a number of people at the meeting that I knew still wanted to speak, I chose to step down so that he would not adjourn the meeting and everyone else would get their chance to say what they wanted. I told the residents and other attendees that I would come back the following week and that I would make sure I'm the last person to speak so that if he does adjourn the meeting, nobody else loses their chance.
Using like a GoPro? Like, what is this like angle?
I told them that I would push Peter Nieto to either allow free speech or adjourn the meeting. Here's what happened.
You got 4 minutes. Why are you wasting so much time already?
Alright, with that, we will go to closing comments from council. Just wanted to make sure I didn't go before anyone else. I wanted to go last. Thanks. I noticed this thing was really hot last week. I'll stand back. So I talked to you guys last week. I don't normally say the things that I did, but I heard, Peter, that you try to censor people's speech in here. So I figured if I go way overboard, then maybe you'll realize that these people can just talk about things that they need to talk about. Does that make sense?
No. If I go way what? I don't really get what he's trying to accomplish. If I go way overboard, as in like saying like bad speech?
And hopefully you won't stop them from doing that. I did go back and watch some of the videos from the previous meetings, though, and I saw when the chief was up here talking and people were...
There's like 5 people in this room.
I mean, I gotta say, Peter said something that was true. He said that people are either, quote, bitching. You can say it, but I can't, right? Quote,
Are you fucking serious? He did not seem bothered by that in any way.
bitching because the police are messing with them, or bitching because there's not enough police. And I agree, it's gotta be one way or the other. Do you want them or do you not want them? So I talked last
Wait, do they want what? What is he talking about?
week about possibly abolishing them and
the police?
contracting in the sheriff maybe if the police department, the chief, and the leadership really is that bad. So it's something to consider. I don't know who you are. You're supposed to be... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm James Freeman. I go by James Freeman. Do you live here? Do I live here? In Torrance County? Yes. And I do business in Mountain Air. Yeah.
A little amount of people. This was an excellent opportunity to troll, but I let it slip by so I could address the free speech issue with you. What is the trolling? That he doesn't actually live there? Is he just lying?
You're welcome. What was the other thing? Oh, how you said that public comment has to be void of certain things, including certain words. You're not going to uphold that, are you? Because I don't want to come in here every week and say cuss words for 2 minutes straight until I get arrested and sue just to prove that I can do it. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's a you problem.
I can do it, but I don't think it's necessary. So we can say bitch, we can say...
What are you being racist?
Fuck, we can say ass.
No, I know, I know. It's the gunk gets built up.
To say to express ourselves with our 2 minutes, right? Is that right? Sure. Okay, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, what?
We can say fuck, we can say ass, and whatever we feel that
yeah,
we
what
need
is his point?
To say to express ourselves with our 2 minutes, right? Is that right? Sure. Okay, thank you.
He's just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Peter, I appreciate it. Thanks, sweetheart. If you want to say something, you can go up to the mic. You can go up.
I mean, this is just like a fucking small, like, town meeting. I like this building, though. The architecture. And, like, she's just like, why are you being so, like, yo, chill. Why are you being so rude? And he's like, what? You can go up and if you want. It's like, no, she's just, like, chilling, dude. George Carlin.
I think that many of us might agree that we'd prefer that the public comment part of these meetings not be filled with F-bombs.
What? Well, Zerka was outside with them, and I'm pretty...
Coyote?
Zerka was outside with them, and I think he brought him in, so I think they're in the other room. What, do you think Zerka isn't intimidating enough for the coyotes?
But personally, I'd rather live in a society where my children are subjected to hearing bad words, rather than a society where government gets to tell...
Are there kids there? Yeah, the building's really nice. Yeah, what is his point? Like, does this guy, like, think about this before? How to take these type of people down a peg or two? They're not doing anything! Knows how to take these people down a peg or two. He's incredible at doing it too. Great job showing them that they can't get away with this crap. With what? What is he talking about? Like, this just came in like the middle of a meeting. Round 2, I guess? What is round 1? I'm like afraid to watch Vice stuff now. We can say bitch, we can say fuck, we can say ass. For exposing these criminal public servants. I want to believe these are ironic comments. Because I don't understand what he's doing. What is his point? Like, I mean, the mayor's just like, I mean, he's being respectful, he's listening to him. And he's like, just kind of confused and be like, okay, seems like you're trolling. Like, but okay, sure. Like, I don't get it. Why? Why did you link this? Like, do you like know this person or something? This is the deal. What? That's not a quote that happened in this. Wait, what? Did this person just make up something that didn't happen in the video? Or did I miss? I placed him in handcuffs. Why? Safety is what the safety concern. He was resisting. What was he resisting? Being placed in handcuffs. Nice job, James. Glad you took the time to put the record straight and see just that kind of man there's Peter guy. I want to believe that all of these comments are ironic. Those audits on traffic stops. The city council president on my town has been sending people after me for years now. Oh my god. Northwestern atheist? How much you bet this guy's like a Nazi? Posting a couple of videos for the love. Love the alienation. Love. Oh! DMCA. Dude, these people just want to complain about everything.
Day 8.
Oh, I didn't mean full screen.
What's today?
It's Saturday, February 18th.
Saturday, February 18th, 20.
I don't even understand what she's complaining about. Do better? Be better? Like, you guys need to get your messaging down a little bit better.
23. Day 8 of the Love On campaign. Exhibit A. My banner, my broken banner family.
What are you trying to say?
There is Exhibit B, my other banner.
This is an Exhibit B, my banner of my personal broken family banner. What?
Of my personal broken family banner. Credence, you're always on my mind. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about you. And it sucks because, you know, people expect you or want you to or think it's healing or better or that we should act like you're dead.
What?
And there used to be a good period of time.
I have no idea what the fuck she's talking about. Salem Capitol First Amendment audit. What? Okay. Oh, I've never been able to call him. Wait, Zerka, I can't call you. Oh my god. Hold on. Actually, I'm just gonna end it here. Is Dunkel streaming? Zerka wants me to call him and I can't call him, and there's like a lot of noise happening right now, and I just feel like that was a good stopping point. That was really interesting. I don't understand what his point was by any means. Let's see who is streaming today. Should we host Martin Shkreli? That'd be so fucking funny. I really want to do it, but I kind of think that's a bad idea, and I should think about this a little bit more before I decide to do something like that. I can't call you because you're an international number. No, it says that I can't call you because it's an international number. I guess I'll just send you over to Dallas if you want to watch him sleeping. He's hosted us before, so make sure you're really annoying. Dallas. Golly. We're gonna go ahead and send you guys over to him. I need to log in. God damn it. I forgot I'm using Federino. /3. Dallas. Galley. I mean, maybe. I feel like he would just be like, I don't feel like I want to have any sort of like relationship to Martin Shkreli, but maybe we'll do it some other time. I gotta consider the pros and cons of it all, like, because I don't want people thinking like I support him or something. All right, we're gonna go ahead and send you guys over. Thank you everyone for being here. We'll be here tomorrow, I believe at the same time that we usually are. So around 7 to 8 p.m. Have a good one.